Chapter 178. Although Aiden had left, there were still 5 other scouts in the northern fortress watching the trolls. After a few days, the trolls finally set up camp 30 kilometers away from the northern fortress. According to the scouts, the trolls had their eyes on Sullen's territory. They wanted to take over the northern fortress and make it their new camp. After all, in the wilderness, the city walls were much better than those wooden bars. Under the dark night sky, Sulan observed the simple camp that the trolls had built in the afternoon. In addition to the 600 trolls, there were even more gnolls and kobolds. During the day, Sulan had brought people here to wait. This time, he didn't bring many people. 71 barbarian warriors, 2 teams of war spirits, and a team of new spearmen and archer recruits. Chris and Hathaway were both here. Sulan asked Sheriff Harrison to stay in the northern fortress with the security team. It could be said that he had brought out 90% of the military forces in the territory. The anti-theft chapter will be changed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Chidian or QQ bookstore to read it. It is not easy to write, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be changed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Chidian or QQ bookstore to read it. It is not easy to write, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be changed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Chidian or QQ bookstore to read it. It is not easy to write, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be changed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Chidian or QQ bookstore to read it. It is not easy to write, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be changed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Chidian or QQ bookstore to read it. It is not easy to write, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be changed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Chidian or QQ bookstore to read it. It is not easy to write, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Chidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. Chapter 179. Sulan was very satisfied after looking at the stats of the item. This weapon was tailor-made for him. The power of thunder combined with Sulan's own thunder territory made him even more powerful. Next, he would have to face the troll tribe. To Sulan's surprise, Xian brought the caravan back. The snowstorm 2 days ago did not cover the entire northern wasteland. At least, Xian and the caravan did not encounter it. As for why they were late, it was because there were too many people in the caravan. They spent too much time arranging the caravan. This time, the caravan spent 15,000 kinnar and brought back more than 2,000 slaves. In addition to the ordinary slaves, Xian also bought more than 300 artisan slaves with various skills. They were only able to buy so many artisan slaves with the help of the caravan that cooperated with the northern fortress. Otherwise, they would not have been able to buy them at all. There were also a large number of refugees that followed them here. After a few months of advertising, the northern fortress had gained a lot of fame. Many refugees who could not survive were willing to follow the caravan to the northern fortress. Anti-theft chapter, fixed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to view it. It is not easy to write, please understand. It will automatically refresh after 10 minutes. Anti-theft chapter, fixed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to view it. It is not easy to write, please understand. It will automatically refresh after 10 minutes. Anti-theft chapter, fixed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to view it. It is not easy to write, please understand. It will automatically refresh after 10 minutes. Anti-theft chapter, fixed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to view it. It is not easy to write, please understand. It will automatically refresh after 10 minutes. Anti-theft chapter, fixed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to view it. It is not easy to write, please understand. It will automatically refresh after 10 minutes. Anti-theft chapter, fixed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to view it. It is not easy to write, please understand. It will automatically refresh after 10 minutes. Anti-theft chapter, fixed in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to view it. It is not easy to write, please understand. It will automatically refresh after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. Chapter 180. In the dark tunnel, countless red eyes appeared. They were the eyes of the mutated demon rats. The dense eyes made people shiver. Soon, the mutated demon rats could not stand it anymore. They rushed towards Su Len and Li Tianlan. These mutated demon rats were fast, numerous, and could spread the plague. However, they were not powerful. Su Len was worried that these rats would spread the plague in his territory after they ran out. In this era, there were almost no medical facilities. Once the plague broke out on a large scale, it would cause a lot of damage. Apart from the plague, these creatures could also spread many other diseases. They were very difficult to deal with. The mutated demon rats swarmed up. Su Len waved his long sword and cut a mutated demon rat in half. As soon as the dead mutated demon rat fell to the ground, it was eaten by other mutated demon rats. The rest of the mutated demon rats were not scared at all. Instead, they became even crazier. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After a commotion, more mutated demon rats rushed up. Facing this situation, other people might be in a hurry. However, Su Len and Aiden were both very agile and had fast reactions. They had experienced this kind of attack too many times in the 2 training sessions. Aiden looked cold, but his movements were not slow at all. He drew a beautiful arc with his machete and cut 3 mutated demon rats into 6 pieces. Sullen's sword shadows were everywhere. All the mutated demon rats within 1 meter of him were either cut in half or stabbed in the heart. There was no exception. However, there were too many of these mutated demon rats. After smelling the blood, they became even crazier. They were not afraid of death at all. Su Len frowned. Looking at the mutated demon rats that surrounded him, Sullen's body flashed with lightning. In the next second, a burst of lightning suddenly burst out. Thunderstorm. With Su Len as the center, a thunderbolt shot out in front of him. The blue and white lightning was extremely dazzling in the dark passage. The crackling thunder sounded, and the smell of barbecue quickly filled the passage. Puff, puff. A large number of mutant rats in the tunnel were electrocuted into charcoal, and those that jumped down from the walls were cooked before they even touched the ground. More and more mutated rats were paralyzed by the electric light. Their muscles twitched, and soon, they were dead. The electric light lasted for a while, and then slowly disappeared. Su Len didn't use spells. Instead, he relied on his ability to control lightning. The best way to deal with a siege was to use spells. If he used a sword, he would have to fight for a long time. However, an area of effect spell could easily solve the problem. The lightning dissipated, and the tunnel returned to darkness. The ground under their feet was covered with the corpses of the mutated demon rats. Su Len did not stay any longer. The smell of the meat would definitely attract the surrounding monsters. He did not want to continue fighting with these monsters. This passageway should also be a mine, but they did not know who had mined it. There was nothing good here, so the 2 of them continued deeper into the passageway. After walking for about half an hour, the narrow passageway finally came to an end. After exiting the passageway, the underground world in front of them was much more spacious. Although there was no sunlight in the underground world, there were many fluorescent plants. The most widespread one was the fluorescent moss. These fluorescent moss emitted dim light, bringing a trace of light to the dark underground world. With the dots of light, Su Len could roughly see the space in front of him. This was a huge underground cavern about the size of a stadium. There were jagged rocks of strange shapes inside, and it looked very desolate. A few underground salamanders were hunting among the rocks. These salamanders were about 3 meters long, and their bodies were covered with a layer of stone-like scales. They had sharp claws and teeth. In the underground world, they were not very strong creatures. The rocks around them flickered with light. Su Len used his sharp sword to cut the rock wall a few times, and then checked. Soon, Su Len found many ores on the rock wall. There were crystals, silver ores, iron ores, copper ores, and so on. However, they were all scattered and did not have much value. Even so, Su Len realized that the underground world was indeed rich in mines. He dug out a few pieces of silver ores. These silver ores should be associated minerals, and their purity was not high. Su Len dug out a few pieces and gave up. The crystal ore surprised Su Len. In addition to some white crystals, topaz, and amethyst, Su Len also dug out some other gems, such as moonstone, fluorite, peacock stone, agate, and topaz. However, the purity of the gems was average, and the size was not big, so the value was not bad. The most valuable gems were those with high purity. Of course, because of the different colors, the price of the gems was different. The most valuable gems were still rubies, followed by the other gems, diamonds, and emeralds. The underground world was very vast, and the cavern in front of them was only a small part of it. There were other tunnels that were connected to this cavern. The underground world was formed by these caverns and tunnels. Some caverns could easily accommodate a city of 100,000 people, while others could only accommodate a few people. Due to the unique structure of the underground world, it was divided into city-states, and each city-state occupied a large area of the cavern. The two of them searched the cavern and did not find anything valuable. They left and walked towards another tunnel that was connected to this cavern. This passageway was much wider than the previous one. Other than some fluorescent moss, there were also some mushrooms. There were many types of mushrooms, and they were the most common plants in the underground world. Some mushrooms were edible, while others were highly toxic. Many underground cities would grow large amounts of mushrooms as food. Some mushroom plants were extremely tall, reaching a height of over 10 meters. From afar, they looked like giant umbrellas. Surrounded by many fluorescent plants, they looked very beautiful. However, these beautiful things in the natural world often hid great dangers. The mushroom plants would often be surrounded by other creatures attracted by the mushroom plants. After passing through the tunnel, Su Len and Vivian came to another underground cavern. It was different from the barren underground world from before. This cavern had a different kind of scenery. This cavern was slightly damp, and there was a layer of soil on the ground. In the distance, there was an underground forest with fluorescent mushrooms, vines, and mushrooms growing very luxuriantly. There were many fluorescent mushrooms the size of a fist in the outermost area. In the middle of the forest, there were huge mushrooms that were 4 to 5 meters tall. The huge mushrooms were emitting light, and some fluorescent spores were floating in the air. There were even taller mushrooms beside them. With the help of the dim light of the underground world, Su Len saw that there were many corpses in the forest that had been dead for a long time. Obviously, this forest was not as beautiful as it looked. Chapter 181. Sir, don't go near the forest. Aiden stepped forward and said, in the Underdark, this kind of forest is the territory of many powerful creatures. In the Underdark, many monsters will hide around the fluorescent mushrooms. When the fluorescent mushrooms emit light to attract other animals, they will launch a surprise attack. And many of these fluorescent mushrooms are poisonous. Su Len didn't speak. He reached out and caught a fluorescent spore. The fluorescent spore didn't have any abnormalities when it fell on his hand. Su Len blew gently and the spore flew into the air again. Let's go around it. Su Len wasn't a stubborn person. He didn't force himself to be reckless in this forest that hid unknown dangers. Who knows what was hidden in it? Although he was very strong now, there were still many unexpected dangers in this world. They went around the cave along the rock wall. There was no movement in the gloomy forest, only the fluorescent spores floating in the sky. The entire gloomy forest emitted a faint light and looked very beautiful. Just when the two went around to the other side of the forest, Su Len suddenly found that under the giant mushrooms, there were many small mushrooms and mushrooms growing. When he looked carefully, he found that the small mushrooms were not soil or wood, but rotten corpses and other animals. An underground salamander corpse that died not long ago had not yet rotted, but the surface of the corpse was covered with a large number of hatched spores. Dense small mushrooms had grown out of its body, making one's scalp tingle. Those are parasitic mushrooms. They parasitize dead animals or human bodies and rely on flesh and blood to grow. Although the planting method is very bloody, they are the main material of healing potions and antidotes. Noticing Sullen's gaze, Aiden explained. Those next to them are hallucinogenic mushrooms. They emit some gas that can cause hallucinations and are often used by some predators to hunt other creatures. The scientific name of those vines is devil's vines. Normally, they are motionless like ordinary plants. Only when other creatures approach them will they suddenly entangle them. Their vines have a large number of barbs. When they entangle their prey, they will directly pierce into their prey's body and inject a large amount of anesthetic into their prey's body. When the prey loses the ability to resist, they will inject another type of digestive toxin. The flesh and organs of the prey will melt into a pool of liquid in a very short time. Following Aiton's introduction, Su Len gained a preliminary understanding of the dangers of these forests. As expected of a level 12 adventure region, even a random forest was so dangerous. The underground world was very rich in mineral resources. The various metal ores and gemstones were several times or even dozens of times more than the surface world. Otherwise, the dwarf kingdom wouldn't have dug down without a care and eventually dug out the sleeping ancient flame demon. Those greedy dwarven kingdoms were ultimately destroyed by the ancient flame demons. They could only go to other regions to build new kingdoms. In addition to these resources, there were also many dragons in the underground world. The common red dragons, shadow dragons, white dragons, and so on appeared. It was said that a certain drow family captured an adult red dragon and then used transfiguration to turn the red dragon into a human form. These drows prepared a large number of aphrodisiacs and force-fed them to the red dragon. Then, they let him have a long-term friendly exchange with the female drows in the family. A group of female drows lined up to take his sperm. Since then, a large number of dragon disciples and dragon descendant drows appeared in this drow family. By the way, this family also produced dragon's blood potion, which could be used for a dragon's blood baptism. The dragon's blood baptism required the use of dragon's blood in conjunction with some magic circles to perform a ritual to strengthen one's physical fitness. This ritual could be stacked. It was said that after stacking to the 5th layer, the skin smeared with dragon's blood would become as hard as iron. Many nobles were crazy about this ritual. However, later on, the red dragon broke free from its shackles and escaped. The angry red dragon directly massacred this drow family. After bypassing this dangerous forest, the two continued to move forward. After passing through 2 more underground caves, Aiton finally found some traces of human-like creatures. It should be kobolds. The signs of kobolds' activities were too obvious. These human-like creatures were dirty and smelly. These kobolds liked the feces of dragons very much. "My lord, do you want to catch some tongues?" Aiton asked eagerly. Su Len nodded. "Go ahead. Let's get it done quickly." This kind of thing was not difficult for Aiton. Not long after, Aiton returned with a few kobolds. These kobolds from the underground world in front of them were very similar to their cousins, kobolds. They were stooped, exuded a foul smell, and looked panicked. Aiton tied 3 kobolds with a rope and then pulled back hard. The 3 kobolds fell directly to the ground like gourds. "My lord has already interrogated them," Aiton said. In addition to the kobold tribe, there are also a grey dwarf tribe and a goblin tribe nearby. They have not been to places further away. "I beg you, please let us go. We are just a bunch of pitiful kobolds. We won't affect you at all. We can exchange our treasures for our freedom," one of the kobolds said fearfully. "Treasures?" Sullen's eyes lit up. Kobolds like to mine. Many dragons also like to enslave kobolds to mine for them. Moreover, this was the underground world, which was famous for its rich mineral resources. These kobolds might have dug up a lot of gold, gems, and other treasures. Gold, gems, mountains of gold. The kobold hurriedly gestured, afraid that Su Len would take his life if he spoke too slowly. It seemed that Aiton had just taught them a lesson. "Is this the gold that your tribe mined?" Su Len raised his eyebrows and asked. "Yes, yes." The kobold nodded. Su Len nodded and did not say anything. Gold and gems were hard currency. Since they came across them, they would naturally not let them go. However, Su Len did not really believe the kobold's words. "Let's go and take a look," Su Len said to Aiton. Aiton nodded and let the 3 kobolds lead the way. The kobolds' camp was not far from here. After passing through a tunnel, they arrived. Su Len looked from afar. There were many kobolds in this tribe. As a very weak creature, if they did not have a strong reproductive ability, they would have gone extinct long ago. Perhaps only the goblins could be compared to them. Kobolds were oviparous, and there could be 5 or 6 of them left in a litter. Kobolds knew something from birth. Some wizards said that it had something to do with their so-called dragon bloodline. After all, dragons were born with inherited memories. Of course, this was also one of the reasons why they claimed to be descendants of dragons. In fact, not many people cared whether they were descendants of dragons or not. Some wizards even tried to capture a large number of kobolds and extract their blood to obtain the dragon's bloodline. However, what made him depressed was that he had extracted the blood of more than 1,000 kobolds and purified it again and again. Even after purifying the blood to the limit, he still couldn't find where the dragon's bloodline was. According to his calculations, it would be impossible to obtain the dragon bloodline of the Euron level without more than 100,000 kobolds. Otherwise, no matter how good the kobolds were at reproduction, they would all be captured by the wizards and adventurers. Are all the kobolds living in this cave? Sulen looked at the tribe in the giant cave and asked Sulen. The kobold tribe in front of them was very large. Sulen estimated that there were at least a few thousand of them. These kobolds were scattered into more than 10 small tribes. Where are the gold and gems? Sulen asked. In the largest tribe. Sulen glanced at the largest tribe. It was located in the center of the cave and took up more than a quarter of the area. The other tribes were just surrounding it. It would be troublesome to attack such a large tribe directly. Although he could kill all the kobolds, it would take a lot of time and effort, so he planned to steal it directly. He took out a very beautiful octagonal glass lamp from his storage dimension. The glass lamp was crystal clear, and a little flame inside lit up a few meters around it. This was the sky lamp Sulen had obtained before. Other than lighting, this sky lamp could also hide and anti-hide. Moreover, this sky lamp could hide a group of people. As long as he had enough energy, he could hide an entire army. Other than being invisible, this lamp was also an anti-hiding weapon. As long as the light of this lamp shone, the invisibility spell would be ineffective. Invisibility. A spiritual light was released from the sky lamp. Sulen, Aiden, and the 3 kobolds were enveloped in it. In the next second, everyone, including the sky lamp, disappeared. Lead the way. Also, don't make a sound. Otherwise. Humph. As he spoke, he quickly swung the long sword in his hand and cut a stalagmite beside him. The cut was smooth and flat. Yes, yes. The kobolds nodded. They covered their mouths tightly with their hands, not daring to make a sound. Sulen said softly, "Let's go." In front of him, a beautiful glass lamp was floating in midair. The glass lamp held up a transparent light barrier, enveloping them. Then, the 3 kobolds led the 2 of them into the kobold camp. The kobold camp was a complete mess. It was dirty and messy. These kobolds had no sense of hygiene at all. The ground was filled with dirty water, and there were some unknown black objects on the ground that emitted a foul smell. Some underage kobolds were chasing each other. Occasionally, a group of kobolds would gather and play some multiplayer games. The scene was too disgusting. Chapter 182. Sulen frowned and walked forward. The smell of the kobolds was already very bad. With so many of them gathered together, the stench was unimaginable. The smell was like putting all kinds of excrement into a sealed jar, fermenting it, and then adding it to canned herring for heating. It was already at the level of a biological weapon. Even the air here was stinging to the eyes. He really did not understand how the kobolds could endure it. Aiden, the drow next to him, did not say anything. It was as if the smell did not exist. Sure enough, these trained rogues were the best assassins. They could endure all kinds of extreme environments. Ugh! Sulen was speechless. It was easy to enter the kobold camp. These guys did not know how to guard the door at all. A few of the guards also went somewhere to slack off. They passed through the camp, but when they got close to the largest camp in the center, the surrounding security suddenly became much stricter. Pairs of kobold soldiers patrolled the camp, and this camp was not as dirty and messy as the other camps. At least it was still acceptable. The kobold soldiers patrolling were much taller. They wore simple leather armor and held various weapons in their hands. These kobolds were much stronger than the average kobold. Bypassing these patrols, Su Len and the others walked toward the tent in the middle. The gold and gems are stored in the house in front, a kobold whispered. Su Len glanced at it and nodded, indicating that they should continue moving. Soon, they arrived near the house and went directly into the room. This should be where the kobold chief lived. There was a carpet made of unknown fur in the house. The kobold house was ugly, but it was still clean. The room was not big, and Su Len soon found the gold in the house. The gold had been preliminarily refined. Although it looked a little rough, it was at least 200 to 300 kilograms. There were many gems and crystals scattered around the gold. The gems were of good quality, and most of them had not been polished. There was also a box next to these gems. Su Len picked up the box and opened it. There was a ruby the size of a pigeon's egg in the box. The ruby was crystal clear, blood red in color, and looked very beautiful. It was also very rich in magic power. This was a top-grade magic gem. I didn't expect to find such good stuff here. Su Len smiled and put all the gold and gems into his bag. Then, after searching for a while and finding nothing else, he prepared to leave. As soon as he walked out, he saw an old kobold walking towards him. This kobold's face was covered in colorful paint, and there was a bone necklace around his neck. There were a few bird feathers on his head, and he held a curved black wooden staff in his hand. At a glance, one could recognize that this was a shaman warlock. Kobold sorcerer. Kobolds had a very small chance of awakening their dragon bloodline and becoming a kobold sorcerer. It was normal for such a large tribe to have a kobold sorcerer. Now he understood that this house didn't belong to the kobold chieftain, but to the kobold sorcerer in front of him. As soon as the kobold sorcerer entered the room, his nose kept sniffing around. Seeing his actions, Su Len immediately thought of the smell of the 3 kobolds. Although the invisibility spell could hide one's body, the smell and traces left behind could not be removed. It was obvious that the smell of the kobolds had exposed them. Su Len's heart skipped a beat. He had already made up his mind. He stepped forward and kicked the kobold sorcerer before he could react. The kobold sorcerer was kicked a few meters into the air and fell heavily on the ground. The kobold sorcerer felt like his intestines were about to break. He was in so much pain that he couldn't stop crying. It took a while for him to recover slightly. At this time, Su Len's invisibility spell was over. He placed the sharp sword in his hand on the kobold sorcerer's neck. "You're the shaman of this tribe?" Su Len said slowly. Feeling the chill on his neck, the kobold sorcerer didn't dare to move. "Sir, I'm the shaman of this tribe. Please let me go. I'm just a weak kobold. I'm willing to give you all the financial reports." "Treasure? What a pity. If you're talking about the treasure behind the room, I can tell you that I already have it," Su Len said with a smile. "Ah. Do you have any other treasures? Take them out. Maybe I'll let you go," Su Len continued. "No, all the treasures are in that room," the kobold sorcerer said with a sad face. "That's a pity. If that's the case, you're useless," Su Len said as he prepared to kill him. Seeing that Su Len was about to kill him, the kobold sorcerer was scared out of his wits. He quickly begged for mercy. "Don't kill me. I'm still useful. I can ask the kobolds in the tribe to mine for you. I'll give you a lot of gold every month." Su Len's sword stopped. "I can command the kobolds to mine for gold and gems. I'll send them to you every day," the kobold sorcerer quickly said when he noticed that Su Len's attitude had changed. "How can I trust you?" Su Len moved his sword slightly and released his legendary aura. "I can sign a contract with you." The legendary aura was so strong that the kobold sorcerer almost couldn't breathe. "Sounds good." Su Len touched his chin and said in a low voice, "Then let's begin." "Master, can you let me get up?" Otherwise, I can't cast a spell to sign a contract, the kobold sorcerer stuttered with a depressed expression. Sure. Sulan moved his foot away and put away his sword. He let the kobold sorcerer get up, but it seemed that the shock just now had made his limbs a little sore. It took him a lot of effort to stand up shakily. Then, the kobold sorcerer took out a piece of old animal skin from the box beside him with his chicken claw-like hand and signed a master-servant contract with a dejected expression. The kobold sorcerer wanted to secretly change the contract a few times, but when he saw Sulan's half-smile, he felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured on his heart in the middle of winter. He instantly woke up. Then, he obediently completed the contract and handed it to Sulan for a look. You've signed it? Sulan didn't look at the contract. Instead, he stared at the kobold sorcerer's eyes. I've signed it. The kobold sorcerer's heart was pounding. You've really signed it? That's good. Aiden, come and check it. With that, Sulan waved his hand and let the drows come forward. As drows, they were very familiar with all kinds of conspiracies and language traps. Then, he prepared to let Sulan take a look. Master, I suddenly remembered that there are some things that I didn't write down in detail. Seeing Aiden's expression, the kobold sorcerer's face instantly turned pale. Then, he hurriedly grabbed the scroll and continued to write on it. Seeing this, Sulan wasn't surprised. Soon, the kobold sorcerer handed over the modified contract. After letting Aiden check it, Sulan signed the contract. Then, the kobold sorcerer began to cast a spell. The signing of a magical contract didn't require too advanced a spell. Soon, there was a flash of light. The parchment on which the contract was signed suddenly burned and finally turned into ashes. However, the flame didn't extinguish. Instead, it flew directly to the kobold sorcerer's arm and left a mark on it. All right, tell me about the situation in this underground world and the nearby mineral resources. Sulan continued to ask. There's a gold mine, a silver mine, 2 iron mines, and a gem mine near our tribe. Every month, we can mine about 200 pounds of gold, 1,000 silver and silver ores, and dozens of gems. After signing the contract, the kobold sorcerer reported the production honestly. There's a tribe of grey dwarves and a tribe of goblins nearby. There's also a tribe of taurens further away. Many of these places are occupied by a large number of monsters. Are there any drows in this underground world? Sulan asked. Drows? I haven't seen any. You're the first drows I've met, the kobold sorcerer said as he shook his head. After a while, Sulan roughly understood the situation here. The location of this underground world was a little remote, and the drows didn't come here. This made Sulan feel relieved. After all, with his current strength, even if he could win against the drows, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. The drows in the dungeon weren't weak. Moreover, they had a legendary profession and a priest of the spider goddess. They were all troublesome. After confirming that there were no drows, Sulan heaved a sigh of relief. If he was given some time to develop his territory, even if the drows attacked from here, Sulan wouldn't be afraid of them. In addition to the kobold tribe, there was a tribe of grey dwarves and a tribe of gnomes. Further away, there was a tribe of taurens. Sulan didn't care about the gnomes, after all, they could only be ordinary slaves. However, it was different for the grey dwarves. The grey dwarves were cousins of the dwarves. Of course, there was a big difference in their personalities. Ordinary mountain dwarves were forthright, old-fashioned, stubborn, alcoholic, and belligerent, but they were still considered to be in the lawful, kind, or neutral camp. However, the grey dwarves were different. They were selfish, greedy, evil, and cunning, but their forging skills were not inferior to the surface dwarves. It was said that when the grey dwarves were exiled by other dwarves, they were enslaved by the mind flayers. In the end, they struggled to break free, but the long-term enslavement gave them a high spiritual talent. After living in the underground world for a long time, they also had a strong resistance to poison and the ability to be invisible. Of course, because they had been in the underground world for a long time, these grey dwarves were afraid of sunlight. A tribe of grey dwarves was a good choice whether to capture them as slaves to forge equipment for the territory or to mine. Su Len had decided to completely take over this tribe of grey dwarves. Chapter 183. Controlling the Kobold Warlock was equivalent to controlling the entire Kobold tribe. There were thousands of kobolds, and they were a considerable source of production. With these kobolds, the monthly production of iron ingots would almost double. Of course, the most expensive were still gold and gems. Normally, the purer and larger the gem, the more valuable it would be. This was especially true for gems used for enchantment. The less impurities the better. Most of these gems were used for embedding. If the purity was poor, small gems would be turned into gem dust to be used as a casting material or enchantment material. Su Len opened the system to check the information of the Kobold Warlock. Name, Pietra, Loyalty, 100, Contract Locked, Race, Kobold, Small Creature, Level, Beginner Warlock, Level, 9 Strength, 6 Agility, 13 Vitality, 12 Spirit, 11 Charm, 16 Command, 80, only limited to kobolds. Every Kobold Warlock is the leader of the Kobold tribe. Innate abilities, Dark Vision, Draconic, Bloodline Awakening, Draconic Scale, Intelligence, Vigilance, Keen Sense of Smell. Kobold Warlock, he is the natural leader of the Kobold tribe. Skills, Deceive, Stealth, Slow, Dispel, Group Frenzy, Fireball. After taking control of the entire Kobold tribe, Su Len began to collect the gold and gems of the other Kobold clans. Although the remaining dozen or so clans only had about a quarter of the gold and gems, it was still a good harvest. After plundering the entire Kobold tribe, Su Len continued to explore the underground world. In fact, they were currently in the upper levels of the Underdark, close to the surface. This was only 1 or 2 kilometers away from the surface, and was considered a remote area. Under the guidance of several kobold guides, Su Len and the others continued to walk through the maze-like underground tunnels. The Grey Dwarf's town wasn't close to the kobold tribe. After passing through several tunnels and caves, Su Len finally approached the Grey Dwarf's territory. The Duergar's territory was also in a large underground cavern. As a kind of dwarf, the Duergar had built a city here. An underground river ran through the city, providing it with abundant water. Skilled Duergar craftsmen built winches, pumps, water wheels, and other mechanical devices on the river to provide sufficient power for the city's smithy. There was a large amount of fluorescent moss growing on the roof of the city. These fluorescent moss emitted a silver-blue light, providing light for this dark city. Outside the city, there was a large area of farmland that had been cultivated. There were many edible mushrooms, and other plants growing in the farmland. At this time, there were many troglodytes working in the farmland. Su Len estimated the size of the city. It wasn't large, but it could hold about 1,000 people. Su Len didn't approach the city, but even from a distance, he could clearly see that the Grey Dwarf soldiers were all equipped with metal armor. It was a 5-man patrol team. All the Duergar were wearing armor, holding warhammers or spiked hammers, and carrying a shield on their back. Such a set of equipment would cost at least 500 kinnar in Cult. Not many people in northern Battlefront City could compare with such excellent equipment. The Duergar really were rich. If there were 500 Duergar soldiers and priests in this city, Su Len would have to pay a heavy price to take it down. The Duergar's god was Laterg. According to legends, he led the Duergar to successfully break free from the control of the Mind Flayer and obtain freedom. He also took revenge on the demon. The most conspicuous building in the Duergar's city was the temple. Obviously, there was a priest in the city. Su Len, who was looking for an opportunity to ambush the Duergar, temporarily put down his plan. If there was a priest, who knew if there would be a god's chosen one? Su Len planned to collect information first. Even if it would take longer, he would not be greedy. If he encountered a situation beyond his understanding, he would have to control his curiosity. Now that he was the lord of a city, he had to be careful. Just as Su Len was about to leave, a cavalryman on a wildebeest rushed into the city. Only a few minutes later, a group of grey dwarf soldiers galloped out of the city. These soldiers were all riding a kind of wildebeest, and then they ran in the direction of the cavalrymen. "Follow them," Sulen said to Aiden. He used invisibility again and chased after the Durgar riders. The riders' speed was average, and the wildebeest's speed was average. They only had good endurance and endurance. With their speed, the duo could still keep up. There were 50 Durgar riders, 2 teams of riders. They did not make any stops along the way and ran into another dark passage. The roads in the underworld were not smooth, but the riders did not have any scruples. It seemed that they had something urgent to do. The duo followed closely behind. After about half an hour, the riders came to an underground cave and slowed down. Seeing this, Sulen and Aiden also slowed down. The underground cave in front of them was very large. As soon as they entered, they saw that there were many holes in the surrounding rock walls. It seemed that this was the Durgar's mine. However, the mine was a little chaotic now. A group of winged creatures that looked like women appeared. These creatures had the upper body of a woman with wide wings and the lower body of an eagle's claws. They looked ferocious. It was a group of harpies. At this time, the harpies were besieging the Durgar in the mine, but they did not kill them. Sulen saw some Durgar being caught by the harpies and flown deeper into the darkness. "Is it the mating season for the harpies?" Sulen said gloatingly. The harpies were only female. Every time it was mating season, they would capture a large number of other humanoid males, such as humans, orcs, dwarves, elves, gnolls, goblins, and so on. These harpies were not very intelligent and did not abstain from eating. As long as the male was strong, they would capture him and bring him back to extract his essence. Don't think that this is a good thing. Do you think that you'll feel great? Ordinary harpies are ugly and cruel. That experience was definitely not a good thing. Moreover, they would feed the captured males a red fruit. This fruit had a strong aphrodisiac effect. Then, the harpies would take turns to extract the essence of the male until he was completely squeezed dry. Finally, the harpies would tear and eat the leftovers. Because of their biological nature, the harpies would subconsciously look for strong males to extract their essence. It was said that this allowed them to collect essence of better quality, and then have a chance of producing stronger offspring. There were hundreds of harpies, and there were more than 30 Durgar left. As soon as the Durgar cavalry arrived, they rushed to support. With the help of the horses, 50 Durgar picked up their axes and javelins and threw them directly at the harpies in the air. A dozen or so harpies fell from the sky and were killed by the Durgar below. After throwing away the javelins, the Durgar immediately switched to crossbows and continued to shoot at the harpies. A large number of harpies were injured. For a moment, the attack of the harpies was blocked, and the Durgar cavalry took the opportunity to meet up with another group of Durgar. With the support of these dwarven cavalry, the group of dwarves quickly stabilized their formation. The grey dwarves put up their shields and quickly formed a defensive formation. At the same time, the crossbows were reloaded. The harpies tried to attack several times, but they didn't gain anything except for some casualties. Seeing this situation, the harpies changed their formation. These harpies scattered and surrounded the dwarves in the middle. Some of the scattered harpies attracted the firepower, while the others grabbed stones and threw them. A large number of stones continued to fall, and the dwarves could only raise their shields to defend. A few kilograms of stones fell from a high altitude, and with the throwing power of the harpies, the shields were smashed with a bang. From time to time, a shield would be smashed, and the harpies would swarm in and rush in through the gap to catch the Durgar. However, the Durgar's counterattack was very fierce, and a large number of harpies died. The Durgar retreated as they fought, and the arrows were endless. Soon, the Durgar retreated into the tunnel. The tunnel was very low, and if the harpies dared to chase in, they would have to lower their altitude, which would greatly increase the casualties. The Durgar couldn't wait for them to chase in. "These harpies are being commanded by someone," Sulen suddenly said after watching for a while. The intelligence of the harpies wasn't high, and they were not much different from that of wild beasts, but now they were not beasts without intelligence. The only explanation was that a high-level harpy was commanding them. After seeing the group of grey dwarves hide in the tunnel, the harpies didn't rush in to attack, but they were still unwilling to leave. Finally, after making sure that the Durgar wouldn't come out, the harpies slowly left. At this time, Su Len suddenly found a different figure among the harpies. Unlike the other harpies, she had gorgeous fiery red hair and a pair of snow-white wings on her back. What surprised Su Len even more was that she had a pair of hands under her wings. She was wearing a snow-white robe inlaid with golden threads. Her ears were long and narrow, and her face was charming. Her lower body was also different from the other harpies. She had a pair of slender legs, a beautifully crafted crown on her head, and a pair of rings on her fingers. She looked completely different from the other harpies around her. There were a large number of harpies around her, and only when they were about to retreat did they catch a glimpse of her beauty. This was a completely different creature from the harpies. Chapter 184. Su Len had heard of high-level harpies before. They were born with some spell-like abilities. Unlike ordinary harpies, they were very intelligent. They even began to call themselves the winged people and no longer regarded the harpies as their own race. They were as intelligent as humans, mastered spells, and could command many harpies. High-level harpies were already very powerful creatures. High-level harpies were actually a new species. The bloodline of high-level harpies could be traced back to the era of the ancient gods. It was Iris, a descendant of the goddess of wind, Ulos. She had a pair of white wings, a beautiful face, and a curvaceous body. Iris was a child of God. She combined her blood with other species to create harpies and let them serve as servants of the god of wind. These first harpies were divine creatures. Later, because of the war between the ancient gods, many gods died. The ancient gods either disappeared or died. New gods were born during this time. High-level harpies were the descendants of the demigod harpies. However, their bloodline had been diluted and almost lost its divine nature. The modern harpies active in the material plane had appeared during the era of the new gods. They almost didn't inherit any divine harpies' bloodline. Some wizards said that these harpies were actually some ordinary birds that were mutated by divine radiation. Seeing the harpies leave, Sullen's eyes moved. He then walked in the direction where the group of harpies had left. This mining area was very large. Many places had been hollowed out by the grey dwarves. Some of the abandoned mines had become the nests of other underground creatures. The two followed the group of harpies from afar. The harpies' nest was not close to here. After passing through a few tunnels, the group of harpies stopped on a cliff. The high-level harpies lived at the top of the cliff. The other harpies were scattered below the cliff. There were many caves on the cliff, and the harpies lived in those caves. The high-level harpies lived in a stone room, which she must have modified with magic. Su Len was now very interested in the high-level harpies, but it seemed that the time was not right. The main reason was that he couldn't fly now. It was basically impossible to get close to the high-level harpies silently. However, his original plan this time was to investigate first. After confirming the harpies' nest, Su Len and Aiden began to return. Although there were many tunnels in the underground world, Su Len had a strategic map. There was no need to worry about getting lost. Creatures are approaching. With some slight rustling sounds, Aiden suddenly said. Su Len immediately stopped and then looked around in the darkness. Some shadows were quietly approaching in the dark. It seems that the two of us are prey. Seeing the shadows, Su Len said with a chuckle. Sir, should be bugbears. Aiden's eyes cold eyes. Do you want me to deal with them? The drow moved his scimitar, a trace of cruelty in his eyes. Bugbears were very good at hiding. Although they were huge in size, their movements were very agile. Their strength was comparable to adult black bears, and their agility was similar to professional athletes. Basically, they would bring some bugbears with them when they appeared. They were the strongest among the bugbears. If an ordinary adventurer didn't pay attention, they would easily suffer a great loss. Let's end this quickly. Su Len waved his long sword and rushed directly toward the bugbears. Aiden rushed toward the bugbears in another direction. Although the bugbears were strong, they were unlucky to encounter Su Len and Aiden. One was a legendary rank powerhouse, and the other was a level 3 extraordinary profession. Against these bugbears, who were at most level 2, they were completely crushed. Except for the level 2 extraordinary profession bugbear that lasted a few rounds in Aiden's hands, the others were no match at all. In a few minutes, all the bugbears were beheaded. After dealing with the bugbears, the two continued forward. Soon, they could see scattered ores in front of them. It was the abandoned mine of the Grey Dwarves. The two didn't stay in the underground world for long. After arranging their work in the Kobold tribe, Su Len left the underground world with Aiden. After returning to the northern city, Su Len immediately sent people to seal the passage from the mine to the underground world. He had already agreed with Pithra that he would go to the Kobold tribe to harvest once a month. After returning from the underground world, Su Len first handed the gold and silver to Chrissy, and then let her arrange for the minting workshop to start. This time, Su Len brought back more than 300 kilograms of gold, which was enough to make a large number of kinnar. In addition to the gold and silver, Su Len also obtained a large number of gems. Apart from giving some of these gems to Hathaway to make various magic items, the rest would be stored in the treasury of the Lord's castle. Hathaway liked the gems very much, especially the biggest one. Hathaway decided to use it to make a crown. The snow and ice melted, and the trade route was smooth again. On the third day after Su Len returned from the underground world, the first caravan came to the northern city. After not seeing each other for a winter, the people of the caravan were almost stunned to see such a big change in the northern city. After all, when they left last year, there was only the original inner city of the northern city. Now, the northern castle had been completely upgraded to the northern city. There was also a huge altar in the northern city. Such a magnificent altar was comparable to the temple in Cult City. These caravans were even more in awe of Su Len after seeing the changes in northern Battlefront City in just one winter. After entering the city and seeing the drows and half-elves in the city, the caravans were once again shocked speechless. Even the ice-winged dragon whelps that flew down from the sky didn't surprise them at all. This time, the caravan brought a large number of living materials and a batch of slaves, which was what the northern city lacked. They also bought sugar, rum, and recently produced cotton cloth. These merchants were very surprised to see the cotton cloth produced in Northern Town City. However, when they thought about how there were half-elves in Northern Town City, and how skilled these half-elves were, the cotton cloth was naturally not a problem. The trade in the territory was carried out in an orderly manner. The tax officer on the side was also inspecting the goods. If the merchants were asked who they hated the most, it would definitely be the tax officer, Barnes. Ever since he became the tax officer, their caravan would lose at least 10% of their profits every time. P.S. As expected, a loser like me is not suitable to write a novel. Writing a novel is a dead end. Chapter 185. Master Su Len, that is to say, you ran away because you stole someone's wife and were afraid of being hunted down? How can you accuse me? What do you mean by running away? This is a strategic shift. Elizabeth and I? Madame Jia is really in love with him. How do you peasants know the greatness of true love? Su Len said in a loud voice. How can you say that the aristocrats stole? We are in love. Do you understand love? Then there was a series of difficult words, such as guardian knights, masquerade ball, and a lot of other terms that people did not understand. The caravan was full of a happy atmosphere. In the open wilderness, a caravan was moving slowly. Su Len was sitting in a carriage piled with goods, holding a straw in his mouth and arguing loudly with the mercenaries around him. There was also a bottle of half-drunk rum next to him. The autumn sun was still a bit harsh. There was an old cloak hanging from a sword on the guardrail of the carriage, just blocking most of the noon sun. Traveling in the wilderness was a very boring thing. In order to pass the time, the caravan people would also talk about some interesting things. The road in the wilderness was rugged and uneven. Even if the carriage was stacked with thick straw to reduce the shock, it was not necessarily very comfortable. However, it was much more comfortable than those who traveled on foot or on horseback. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to read it. It is not easy to write, please understand. It will be refreshed automatically in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to read it. It is not easy to write, please understand. It will be refreshed automatically in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to read it. It is not easy to write, please understand. It will be refreshed automatically in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to read it. It is not easy to write, please understand. It will be refreshed automatically in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to read it. It is not easy to write, please understand. It will be refreshed automatically in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. Chapter 186. The battlefield was cleaned up very quickly. The mercenaries didn't bury the corpses, they just threw them aside. There was no need to worry about a plague. In 2 days, the hyenas and coyotes in the wilderness would eat the corpses clean. Even the goblins and gnolls would eat the corpses. As for the 2 unlucky bastards who were dragged out of the carriage, their corpses had been gnawed beyond recognition when they were found. They could only burn the corpses to ashes and take them away. As for the spoils of war, the bandits in the wilderness were really poor. Most of their weapons were wooden sticks. Only the gnolls had some metal weapons. To humans, the only use for these weapons was to be melted down and reforged. As for the clothes that were stripped from some unlucky bastard, their colors had long been unrecognizable. They were directly burned with fire. After cleaning up the battlefield, the caravan began to move forward again. However, the atmosphere in the caravan became a little strange. The mercenaries who were bragging and joking with Su Len before looked at Sullen's carriage with awe. Everyone involuntarily lowered their voices. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Please go to Qidian or QQ Bookstore to view it. It is not easy to write, please understand. It will automatically refresh in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Please go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to view it. It is not easy to write, please understand. It will automatically refresh in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Please go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to view it. It is not easy to write, please understand. It will automatically refresh in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Please go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to view it. It is not easy to write, please understand. It will automatically refresh in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Please go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to view it. It is not easy to write, please understand. It will automatically refresh in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Please go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to view it. It is not easy to write, please understand. It will automatically refresh in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Please support the original version. Please go to Qidian or QQ bookstore to view it. It is not easy to write, please understand. It will automatically refresh in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Head to Qidian Reading or QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed in 10 minutes. Chapter 187. After entering Cult, Sulen parted ways with the caravan. The caravan continued on its way to the market, while Sulen headed to the inn first. As he pushed open the door of the inn, he was greeted by the noise and the smell of ale. The air was a little muddy. It was the afternoon, and the inn's business had just started. Sulen's arrival did not attract any attention. Under the guidance of a waiter, Sulen went to a room on the second floor and rested for a while before going downstairs. A cup of ale. And something to eat. Sulen came to the bar and tossed a NAR over. The owner caught the NAR, glanced at it, and put it away with a smile. No problem. Here's your ale. We have roast lamb chop, stewed beef with mushroom and potato, and pork pie. These are all our signature dishes. What would you like to eat? A roast lamb chop, please. Please wait, your order will be here soon. The middle-aged owner turned around and shouted. Bill, where the hell did you go? Hurry up and send this gentleman a roast lamb chop. Soon, a roast lamb chop with crispy exterior and crispy interior was served. Sulen tasted it. It was indeed delicious. At least, it was better than sleeping in the wild. Anti-theft chapter, revised in 10 minutes. Readers, please support the original version. Please go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. Automatically refreshed in 10 minutes. Anti-theft chapter, revised in 10 minutes. Readers, please support the original version. Please go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. Automatically refreshed in 10 minutes. Anti-theft chapter, revised in 10 minutes. Readers, please support the original version. Please go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. Automatically refreshed in 10 minutes. Anti-theft chapter, revised in 10 minutes. Readers, please support the original version. Please go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. Automatically refreshed in 10 minutes. Anti-theft chapter, revised in 10 minutes. Readers, please support the original version. Please go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. Automatically refreshed in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. Chapter 188. The location of the aristocratic parliament was not difficult to find. It was in the square next to the city lord's mansion. The aristocratic parliament's residence was second only to the temple and the city lord's mansion in the city. The whole building was located on a 3-story base. In front of it were 12 large granite pillars with a diameter of 1 meter, and above them was a hemispherical dome. The pillars were carved with heroes in the history of the Kingdom of Florence, and the reliefs on the walls were important historical events since the founding of the Kingdom of Florence. The entire aristocratic parliament looked magnificent. At the gate of the main entrance were 2 bronze statues riding horses. They were Charlemagne and Wilson. These 2 men were the strongest legendary knights in the history of the kingdom and the highest commanders of the kingdom. The 2 statues stood up on their horses, holding spears and pointing to the front. It seemed that they were leading the thousands of soldiers and horses to battle. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Please support the original version and go to QQ Bookstore to view it. It is not easy to write, please understand. It will automatically refresh in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Please support the original version and go to QQ Bookstore to view it. It is not easy to write, please understand. It will automatically refresh in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Please support the original version and go to QQ Bookstore to view it. It is not easy to write, please understand. It will automatically refresh in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Please support the original version and go to QQ Bookstore to view it. It is not easy to write, please understand. It will automatically refresh in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Please support the original version and go to QQ Bookstore to view it. It is not easy to write, please understand. It will automatically refresh in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Please support the original version and go to QQ Bookstore to view it. It is not easy to write, please understand. It will automatically refresh in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Please support the original version and go to QQ Bookstore to view it. It is not easy to write, please understand. It will automatically refresh in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Please support the original version and go to QQ Bookstore to view it. It is not easy to write, please understand. It will automatically refresh in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised in 10 minutes. Please support the original version and go to QQ Bookstore to view it. It is not easy to write, please understand. It will automatically refresh in 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ Bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. The anti-theft chapter will be revised after 10 minutes. Dear readers, please support the original version. Go to QQ bookstore to view it. Writing is not easy, please understand. It will be refreshed after 10 minutes. Chapter 189. A few days after the construction of the Northern Town Primary School was completed, the scholars that the 6 merchant groups had promised also arrived. These scholars were mostly people who did not have a good life in Cult City, but when they arrived at the Northern Town Primary School, they all acted like nobles. Although they were surprised by the development of the Northern Town Primary School, as the most prosperous city in the northern provinces, they were only surprised for a moment. After that, they began to nitpick. Why are there so many goblins on the street? They stink. Why don't you chase these smelly fellows out? Ah, gnolls. Quick, protect me. What did you say? They're slaves. This is my food. I want steak, wine, truffle cake, not potatoes and salted fish. And I want noble treatment. I want a velvet mattress. This linen is out of the question. You're insulting my noble status. After a day, these scholars were getting more and more troublesome. One of them even went directly to Sulen and asked Sulen to arrange a half-elf maid and a drow maid for him. Damn, even the Lord didn't have such fun. You want to eat peaches? Sulen directly threw all these people to the drows for training. How were they going to cure their bad habits? It was fine. Leave it to the drows. With their skillful skills, they could definitely train these guys to be obedient. As for running away, think about where they were, the northern wasteland. Even the nearest human city was 300 miles away. If those nobles left the city, a few kobolds could kill them. So, when they came to the northern town primary school, their fate was sealed. If they taught according to Sulan's requirements, Sulan would give them appropriate treatment. If they did not, the drows had 100 ways to train them. After letting the drows educate them, these scholars were much more honest, and then they were sent to the school to serve as teachers. Su Luan selected 30 quick-witted young people from the territory, most of whom were grassroots employees under the city hall. First, he used the system to confirm that their loyalty was above 90%, and then let them enter the school to study. After the training, these people should at least be literate and pass the math test. They should know how to write and count. Naturally, it would be much more convenient for these people to handle affairs. Sulan planned to train all the grassroots staff in the city hall, including the middle-level managers, in a stricter way. After a few rounds of training, the administrative efficiency of Northern Town City would definitely be improved. With the improvement of the administrative efficiency, they would be able to take care of many small matters in the territory themselves. Sulan's workload would also be reduced by half. With more time, Sulan increased his training in the training ground. During this period of time, he felt that his body had become more agile and he was very close to mastering the dodging skills. After the training, Sulan would often check on the bodies of the two maids. The half-elf maids were a little weak, so Sulan wanted to give them special training. After the special training, they would go to the hot spring to relax their muscles and speed up their recovery. Sometimes, Sulan would ask Chris to come over and help with the massage. The little succubus technique was superb. After enjoying the service, Sulan would reward her with a plasma cannon. Northern Town City once again ushered in a great development. Because Sulan spent money to recruit refugees from various lords, the population of Northern Town City began to grow rapidly again. Because of the increase in population, Sulan once again recruited an army. This time, Sulan recruited a total of 1,000 people. 500 of them were selected from the militia with excellent performance, and the remaining 500 were recruited from the refugees who were physically strong. After the Northern Town Castle was upgraded to Northern Town City, the system notified him that the ordinary buildings in his territory could be upgraded. However, because of time constraints, most of the buildings in Northern Town City were not upgraded. This time, to recruit more troops, Sulan's barracks were upgraded. After the upgrade, the barracks had tripled in size, and the facilities were more complete. Most importantly, the original attributes were strengthened. Barracks, a place in the city to train soldiers. It can speed up the training of soldiers. A good training officer and a good barracks can help soldiers complete their new recruit training faster. Training intensity +5, training speed +10, discipline +10, territory stability +10, prosperity -3. After the upgrade, the training time of the new barracks was shortened to a month. A peasant who didn't know anything would only need a month to be reborn and become an official soldier. The soldiers recruited this time were also divided into spearmen and archers. The total number of soldiers in Northern Town City had reached 1,500. In order to let the new soldiers in Northern Town City become a fighting force as soon as possible, Sulan asked the veterans to lead them to clear out monsters in the wilderness. At the same time, for the prosperity of the trade, Sulan had also started clearing out monsters on the road from Cult City to Northern Town City. The new soldiers were not very strong, but they were all equipped with shields, iron scale armor, and long spears. Under the leadership of the veterans, they formed a battle formation to deal with the bandits in the wilderness. Every small team was equipped with a mixed team of half-elves and human archers. Relying on this method, the veterans led the new recruits to gain experience. With the defense of the Northern Town City soldiers, goblins and kobolds were just food for the soldiers. The gnolls, bugbears, and gnomes that could threaten the soldiers would be shot down by the half-elves longbowmen. In this way, the casualties of the soldiers were minimized, and the monsters in the wilderness were in big trouble. Although there were some casualties, the new recruits quickly grew into veterans. If they experienced a few more battles, these soldiers would become elites. After having the soldiers train according to this method, Sulan began to expand the farms in Northern Town City. There were originally more than 100 bison, more than 200 antelopes, and more than 100 deer. After a few months of breeding, a large number of mothers had given birth to cubs. The original farms in northern Town City were a little small. In addition to the livestock, Sulan purposely bought some sheep and pigs from Cult City. Northern Town City consumed a lot of meat every day. The slaves and refugees had a lot of work, so they had some fish every day. The soldiers needed even more meat. Whether it was in actual combat or training, the army consumed a lot of meat every day. Compared to pork and mutton, fish provided less nutrition and calories. More than half of the smoked meat and jerky in the warehouse had been consumed. Sulan began to buy livestock from Cult City in large quantities. P.S. I'm too busy tonight. I'll make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 190. The new farm was located outside the city, near the military stables. According to Sulan's plan, the farm was to raise more than 3,000 pigs to provide enough meat for the army. Furthermore, he even named the breeding factory Spring Light Brilliant Breeding Factory. Splendid Spring Light Breeding Factory, a spacious and comfortable environment can make the livestock happy. Sufficient feed can allow the livestock to grow meat without any worries. Rapid growth +15, disease reduction +10, taste of meat +8, prosperity +3, carefree, livestock raised here will grow without worries. Although the farm was built, it would take at least half a year for the livestock to be ready for slaughter. So, before that, Northgard City could only purchase livestock from the northern provinces on a large scale, apart from hunting. Transporting a large number of livestock from Cult would cost more than half of the livestock's price. The distance was at least 300 miles, so it was very difficult to transport livestock. In the past, Sulan didn't think it was difficult to raise an army when there were only barbarian soldiers. After all, barbarians only needed to eat their fill. But now, Northgard City's army had more than 1,500 people, so it couldn't be the same as before. Ordinary soldiers were given 10 kinnur every month, while the stronger ones were given 3 to 10 kinnur. According to the standard set by him, the barbarian soldiers were basically given 10 kinnur each month. After all, they were already grade 3 extraordinary class holders. Their leaders, Boulder and Johnson, were already grade 4 class holders. Now, Sulan's territory had quite a number of grade 4 class holders, including 2 barbarians, a drow, a half-elf, a succubus, and the legendary Sulan. There were more than 300 grade 3 class holders, and even more grade 2 class holders. In the northern provinces, aside from Cult City, no other city could compare to Northgard City. Sulan was very excited about the territory's strength, but the monthly expenses also made Sulan's heart ache. The kinnur Sulan earned every month was used to pay the soldiers and immigrants. There wasn't much left. Even Hathaway's laboratory didn't have enough money to buy all kinds of alchemical materials. Fortunately, there was an income of gold every month in the underground world. After getting the mint to forge kinnur, they could barely break even. However, in order to earn some money, Sulan still took out his old collection and prepared to sell it. Although many things had been given to Hathaway as alchemy materials in the Overlord's castle, there were still many good things left. For example, after killing the Stormwind tiger, he could use its meat to make jerky, the heart of the Stormwind tiger, and the heart of the Cryopterus, as well as the most valuable Stormwind tiger's penis and Cryopterus's penis. The magic tiger's whip and the Cryopterus's whip would be crazily sought after by the nobles. The effects of these high-level magic beasts were too strong for the average person to bear. The best way to use them was to brew wine. Sulan specially asked the distillery to prepare a few large barrels of high-quality rum. He then processed the magic tiger's whip and the Cryopterus's whip before soaking them. In order to achieve the best effect of the Stormwind tiger's whip and the dragon's whip, Sulan specially bought a recipe from the system store. Then, he asked Hathaway to help him make it. "Weren't you pretty good last night? Why do you need this kind of thing?" Hathaway looked at Sulan with a strange expression. "What are you thinking? Why would I use this kind of thing? Who was the one who begged me not to last night?" The territory has no money, so this is for sale. Sulan reached out and rubbed Hathaway's hair into a chicken coop. The territory has no money? Hathaway said in surprise. Isn't the sugar and alcohol trade very profitable? Sulan glanced at her and said, even if it's profitable, it can't compete with the army, the immigrants, and your alchemy lab. Hathaway shrunk her neck, feeling a little guilty. Ever since she came to Northern Town, she had never had to worry about the various materials in her laboratory. She only needed to list out all the materials, and someone would buy them for her. She had almost forgotten that these things were expensive. Then I'll be more frugal in the future. I won't buy anything for the lab this month, Hathaway said weakly. No need. Just do what you need. Sulan waved his hand and said. What a joke. Hathaway's lab would produce a large amount of magic equipment every once in a while. This was not something that could be bought with money. Help me make this dragon tiger wine first. The money from selling this wine is enough for your lab to use for a few months. Sulan waved at Hathaway and said. He took out several large barrels of rum from the distillery from the storage space. These barrels were all made of fine Nanmal wood. The barrels were 1.2 meters tall and 60 centimeters in diameter. They were tightly bound by iron hoops. Such a large barrel would weigh more than 300 pounds after being filled to the brim. Hathaway processed all the tiger and dragon penises and soaked them in the barrels. After about a week, the dragon tiger wine was ready. However, this dragon tiger wine was still not something that ordinary people could enjoy. The nobles' bodies were all hollowed out by wine and women. This kind of dragon tiger wine was too strong for their bodies to bear. It also needed to be diluted according to the ratio of 1:5. This kind of dragon tiger wine was the best for them. Moreover, after soaking the tiger and dragon penises, the effects were still very strong. They could be used to soak in the wine. After soaking them 5 more times, the medicinal effects were finally exhausted. After putting in all the ingredients, Sulan sealed the barrels and stored them in the wine cellar in the Lord's castle. After a week, Sulan opened one of the barrels. For a moment, the fragrance of the wine was rich. The wine showed a kind of amber color and looked crystal clear. The wine in the entire wine cellar was several times richer. Sulan poured a cup of wine with a grape and drank it. The wine was sweet and had a lingering aftertaste. After entering the stomach, a warm current quickly rose. Then this warm current continuously spread throughout the body. Soon, Sulan's entire body became warm. His originally loose pants became a little tight. After sealing the barrels again, Sulan left the wine cellar and found Chris, who was still dealing with the affairs. He then directly pulled the little succubus to the room upstairs. He stepped to the stomach and tried the ancient way of passion, lashing into the stomach. Among Sulan's maids, only the little succubus could go in and out with him. However, she was still no match for him. Moreover, Sulan had the ultimate skill, plasma cannon, soul shot. Therefore, even the succubus who was proficient in all kinds of skills and had unique skills was no match for him. 2 hours later, Sulan left the room feeling refreshed. The air was still filled with the smell of heather. The little succubus had already exhausted her strength and fell asleep. It seemed that today's affairs could not be dealt with. After trying the dragon tiger wine, Sulan began to mix the wine according to the ratio. A barrel of 150 caddies of dragon tiger wine would be 1,500 caddies after mixing. Then, he asked the craftsman to bottle half a caddy of wine. The bottles used to hold the wine were also specially made according to Sulan's requirements. They must be exquisitely made. After half a day, the 3,000 bottles of wine were finally filled. Sulan casually picked up a bottle of dragon tiger wine and looked at its attributes. Dragon tiger wine, a special wine brewed by using the high-grade magic beast storm tiger whip and your own cryopterus whip, with more than a dozen kinds of precious magic plants and high-grade rum. After drinking it, it can restore the masculinity of a man. Aphrodisiac plus 25, body strengthening plus 10, energy recovery plus 15, Dragon Vigor plus 15. After mixing and dividing the 4 barrels of Dragon Tiger wine, Su Len had 12,000 bottles of Dragon Tiger wine. Of course, the price of this wine could not be sold cheaply. The best sacred blood wine in the Kingdom of Florence was 50 kinner per bottle. Su Len was going to double the price of the Dragon Tiger wine. 100 kinner to test the waters. If the response was strong, he planned to raise the price. Su Len was very professional when it came to making money from the nobles. But now, he needed to let the nobles know the effects of this wine first. The best way was to let them experience it for themselves. After all, no matter how good the wine was, it would be useless if they didn't experience it for themselves. Su Len couldn't leave the northern battlefront city and go to the northern provinces to sell medicinal wine. It would be too degrading. So, he directly held a wine tasting party in the northern battlefront city and invited all the managers of the caravans to attend. To be honest, being a merchant at the level of a chamber of commerce in this country basically meant that they had the support of the nobles. Merchants without support couldn't do well at all. They would soon be eaten by other caravans. So, as long as the merchants knew, the nobles would know too. All the merchants were very willing to attend the wine tasting party held by Su Len. Many of them coveted the sugar and rum in Su Len's hands. However, Su Len was very strict. They paid a lot of money and still couldn't get the secrets of the sugar and rum. As for robbing, if they dared to do so, their corpses would have been exposed in the wilderness. This was not Florence where the nobles were powerful. In the northern wilderness, they had the final say. Since they couldn't get the recipe, they tried to get the right to buy it. Unfortunately, the two goods were monopolized by a few caravans. The other merchants naturally wanted a share of the profits. It was just that they didn't have the chance. Now that Su Len was holding a wine tasting party, these merchants were naturally tempted. After the wine tasting party was announced, all the merchants were guessing whether a new product would appear in the northern battlefront city. They were all eager to fight for it. Soon, it was the night of Su Len's wine tasting party. The banquet was held in the Lord's castle. The food was also prepared by the halfling Frodo and the chefs. The banquet was held in the style of a buffet banquet in his previous life. In comparison, there were no well-dressed maids or well-dressed bands. Although the dishes at the banquet were delicious, the merchants were not in the mood to taste them. They were all waiting anxiously. Chapter 191. Halfway through the banquet, Su Len, accompanied by Chris and Hathaway, arrived at the banquet hall. The people who were chatting immediately stopped and greeted Su Len. "Good evening, everyone," Su Len said as he raised his glass. "Good evening, Your Excellency." The others raised their glasses as well. Su Len took a sip of the wine and put the glass down. "I'm sure you can't wait any longer. Let's start now. The reason I invited you all here today is to tell you about a special wine that has just been brewed in North Town. I call it the Dragon Tiger wine. The ingredients used to brew this wine are extraordinary. I won't tell you the exact ingredients, but someone will tell you later. The purpose of today's banquet is to let you all have a taste of this wine." With that, Su Len waved his hand gently and two maids walked in with trays filled with wine glasses. The wine glasses were filled with amber liquid. As the two maids walked into the hall, a rich wine aroma instantly spread out. What a rich wine aroma! I can't wait to try it. It looks good. Everyone discussed among themselves, and then stepped forward to take a glass of wine from the tray. Brant took the glass and smelled it first. The wine was rich and mellow. He then took a sip. Brandon was stunned as soon as the wine entered his mouth. He only reacted after a few seconds. His eyes lit up and he finished the wine in the glass in one gulp. A warm feeling spread from his stomach to the rest of his body. It was unusually warm and comfortable. What surprised him even more was that when the warmth entered his lower abdomen, a feeling of being in place came over him. He looked down and saw the flag that had been raised. Brandon was overjoyed. He hadn't experienced this feeling in a long time. Thank the gods. Is this real? Brandon, who came back to his senses, was about to serve another glass. However, to his disappointment, the tray was already empty. The wine glasses were distributed according to the number of people present. There wasn't even an extra glass. Oh my God, this is a miracle. This wine is amazing. At this moment, the others who had come back to their senses exclaimed. Some of them even ran to the tray to get another glass. Why is there only one glass of wine? It's too little. We haven't tasted it yet. That's right, how can one cup be enough? At the sight of their expressions, Su Len revealed a faint smile and sighed. It was already good enough to give each of them a glass of wine. No matter what, a bottle of wine was worth at least 100 kinner. If not to let them experience it once, Su Len would not even give them a glass of wine for free. All right, gentlemen, Su Len said when he saw the commotion below. The hall instantly quieted down. After looking around, Su Len continued, everyone has already tasted this wine. I don't need to describe the effects of this wine. You all know very well that it's already late. Everyone can go back and have a wonderful night. As for the details of this wine, we'll discuss it tomorrow. With that, he left with Hathaway and Chris without waiting for their reactions. He did not want to be delayed by a group of fat old men on such a beautiful night. After he left, the Lord's castle's guards escorted them out of the castle. When the crowd saw Su Len leave, they could only suppress their excitement and leave in a hurry. It was not a good feeling to have tight pants, especially when the clothes in this era were not smooth and soft. It was another sleepless night with the hot PAO. The next morning, Su Len got up from his soft and tender embrace. Angela and Annie, who were exhausted from the night, struggled to get up and help him put on his clothes. However, when he saw that they could not even open their eyes, Su Len let them continue to rest. He skillfully put on his clothes and went downstairs for breakfast. After Su Len finished his breakfast, a guard came to him and said softly, "Sir, the caravan managers are already waiting outside the door." That's fast. The corner of Sullen's mouth curled up slightly. He picked up a towel and wiped his hands. Bring them to the meeting room. I'll be there in a while. Yes, sir. The guard bowed and took 2 steps back before he got up and left. After breakfast, Su Len did some simple exercises before he wobbled toward the meeting room. Good day, Sir Su Len. Good day, Sir Overlord. Good day, Sir Overlord. As soon as he entered the meeting room, the caravan managers who had been waiting impatiently went up to greet him. Good day. Su Len waved his hand perfunctorily. He glanced around and said, looks like everyone had a good night last night. Huh, Sir Su Len, your wine last night was amazing. Yes, it's unparalleled. I swear, this is the best wine I've ever had. Sir Su Len, this wine is amazing. I'm willing to buy it at the same price as the sacred blood wine. Please give me a chance. Su Luen came to the main seat and made an inviting gesture to everyone, asking them to sit down quietly. Looks like everyone knows about the magical effects of the dragon tiger wine. Today, let's talk about the sales and price of this wine. Seeing that Su Len went straight to the point, everyone present immediately became obedient and listened to Su Len. As everyone knows, it's very difficult to brew good wine, especially for the dragon tiger wine with such special effects. It's even more difficult to brew it. Su Len spoke frankly. Therefore, the monthly production of dragon tiger wine is 500 bottles. No, that's too little. It's definitely not enough. Sir Su Len, 500 bottles is too little. We can't accept it. After hearing that there were only 500 bottles of dragon tiger wine, all the managers of the caravan couldn't hold it in any longer. They clearly knew the value of this wine after having tasted it before. Although they were mentally prepared, 500 bottles per month was still too little. Obviously, this number was far from what they wanted. Even if this number was multiplied several times, it wouldn't be too much. Silence. Su Len frowned slightly and released a trace of the aura that belonged to a legendary master. The people who were still in a hubbub felt a powerful aura coming towards them. The words that they wanted to say were stuck in their throats, and they felt as if their hearts were being ruthlessly clawed. Everyone's faces turned pale, and they couldn't say a word. At this moment, everyone suddenly remembered that this young man in front of them who wasn't even 20 years old was a pioneer lord. Moreover, he was a lord who had established himself in the northern wastelands far away from the human kingdoms. He was definitely a powerful professional. All along, Su Len hadn't displayed his powerful strength. This made everyone subconsciously ignore his strength. I've already said that the monthly production of Dragon Tiger wine is 500 bottles per month. Sullen's cold gaze swept across the caravan. Everyone who met his gaze lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. 500 bottles of Dragon Tiger wine will be auctioned off in a box of 10 bottles. Everyone can participate. The lowest price of each bottle will be 100 kinnar. The highest bidder wins. If you have any objections, you can say it now. If not, it means that we accept it. Su Len directly announced the rules of the game, then looked at the crowd. Sir Su Len, 100 kinnar for a bottle of wine. Isn't this price a little expensive? One of the managers hesitated and said. Even the best sacred blood wine on the continent only costs 50 kinnar per bottle. Your price is double that. Can sacred blood wine compare to Dragon Tiger wine? Su Len glanced at him and said. This. The manager stuttered. Su Len coldly snorted and didn't say anything else. Then, an auctioneer who was already prepared came to the front of the hall and began to host the auction. Su Len was very clear about the problem of limited supply. If he took out all the wine at once, the final price might not even reach 50 kinnar per bottle. There were many successful cases of hunger marketing in his previous life, so Su Len was naturally aware of it. In his previous life, the most expensive wine, Romanée-Conti, was only produced around 6,000 bottles per year. Also, only members of the Romanée-Conti winery could purchase this wine. Others could only buy it from the members. This system multiplied the value of Romanée-Conti. Most of the nobles were actually cheap. The more limited the wine was, the harder it was to buy, the crazier they would be. Moreover, Dragon Tiger wine had such a miraculous effect. Those nobles would do everything they could to buy it. 1 box of Dragon Tiger wine. The starting price is 100 kinnar per bottle. Each increment must not be lower than 5 kinnar. The auction starts now. 105 kinnar. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, a merchant couldn't wait to call out. 110 gold nars. 115 kinnar. Instantly, the voices of people calling out prices rose and fell. 500 bottles were divided into 10 bottles, so each box only had 50 boxes. In less than a morning, all the wine had been sold. It had to be said that these merchants were really rich. None of the Dragon Tiger wine was sold for less than 200 kinnar. In just one morning, Su Len had earned more than 100,000 kinnar from these dozens of merchants. From now on, there would be an auction of Dragon Tiger wine every month until the Dragon Tiger wine was sold out. Currently, the first batch of Dragon Tiger wine had 12,000 bottles, which could be auctioned for 2 years. Tiger penis and dragon penis could be used to make Dragon Tiger wine 4 more times. Although the diluted wine wouldn't be as much as the first batch, it wouldn't be a problem to sell it for a few years. During this period of time, Su Len could hunt a few more high-level monsters and continue to make the wine. With the addition of 100,000 kinnar every month, Sullen's funds suddenly became plentiful. Money in hand was just a number. It couldn't be used to generate any profit. Only money spent was money. Although Su Len loved money, he wouldn't save a single cent when it was necessary to spend it. If Northern Citadel wanted to develop quickly, it needed to invest a lot of money. Su Len continued to increase his investment in Northern Citadel, speeding up the city's construction once again. Chapter 192. With sufficient supplies, Su Len began to upgrade some buildings in the northern city. Because the city had not been upgraded before, the levels of the buildings were limited. The first to be upgraded was the Lord's Castle and the blacksmith shop. Because all the residents in the inner city had been relocated, the entire inner city was empty. Su Len began to expand the area of the Lord's Castle. After the entire Lord's Castle was upgraded, in addition to the place for him to live, there was also a place for the Lord's guards and their families to live. The drill ground in the Lord's Castle also needed to be expanded. The stables, barracks, and so on needed to be expanded. Su Len was ready to officially form a Lord's Guard. Originally, the Lord's Guard was held by the barbarians. The barbarians were very aggressive, but their defense was almost zero. So he planned to form a guard that cooperated with defense. Spearmen and archers were working together to form a small group of cavalry that would be used to transmit information and investigate. The Lord's Guard would not be too big. There were about 200 people in total. The number of people would be selected from the army to join. After Sullen's order was issued, it only took a day for the Lord's Guard to be officially formed. The army was short of 200 people, but they continued to choose from the militia to replace them. In addition to forming the Lord's Guard, Su Len planned to build several fountains in the outer city. In addition to the fountain in the central square of the northern city, the commercial district, as a bustling area, also needed a large fountain. The fountain's existence was not only to beautify the city, but also to prevent or extinguish fires. In this era, there were no fire engines. A large number of houses were made of wood and other flammable materials. Once a fire broke out, it was likely to affect a lot of people. Even in modern society, fire was still a disaster that could not be eradicated. Every time a fire broke out, it would cause a huge loss. Su Len had read some information in his previous life. The capital of the Northern Song dynasty, Bianjing, had more than 50 major recorded fires in more than 100 years. Basically, there would be one every 2 or 3 years. Several fires had burned down thousands of houses and caused heavy casualties. Su Len did not want the city he had built so hard to be burned down. Therefore, after choosing an area in each area of the outer city, he built fountains. At the same time, he asked the residents and merchants of each market to form their own fire brigade. Usually, these people were just like ordinary people except for some training. Once a fire broke out, they would quickly organize and use the water from the fountains to put out the fire. All the part-time fire brigade members would be rewarded with points and money. Although the fire brigade formed in this way was not very professional, all the areas in the city were divided. Every market had its own fire brigade. At the same time, Su Len also planned to form a professional fire brigade after the population of the city continued to increase. The other fire brigades would be their complement. The construction of the city proceeded in an orderly manner. Many flowers and plants were planted in the flower beds on both sides of the road. Trees had even been transplanted from the outside on both sides of the road. These were all done by Chris. The abyss where the little succubus used to live was called Paradise. At this moment, Su Len saw Chris instructing a few barbarian warriors and half-elves to plant flowers and trees. In front of Su Len, Chris was very obedient. After all, Su Len could easily suppress her. Even if she was best at fighting on the bed, Sullen's plasma cannon could still defeat her. However, she was only obedient and sensible in front of Su Len. In front of others, Chris was secretly called a witch. "Humph, you bunch of idiots, hurry up and bring that big tree over. Be careful when you move, don't break it." Chris flew in the air and waved her small leather whip, making a loud and clear sound. "And you half-elves. I really don't understand. You are so clumsy. How do you have the bloodline of elves? I think even the goblins are more agile than you. You have to complete the greening of this road today. You can arrange the rest of the time as you wish. But if you can't complete it..." Hee hee. Chris looked at the barbarians and half-elves with a mischievous smile. She seemed to have some bad thoughts. "I don't remember practicing charm. What happened last time? Two barbarian warriors kissing and hugging in the central square. Or was it a half-elf tied up in a tortoiseshell and begging to be whipped? I don't remember. A few barbarians and half-elves who were working couldn't help but shiver. These barbarians and half-elves were afraid of Chris not because of her strength. On the contrary, Chris rarely used force. It was because her charm was too strong. Even the female drow, Karina, couldn't be sure that she would be immune to it. The others were even less of a match for her. After being controlled by her charm, Chris would order them to do all kinds of shameful things, such as being naked, courting, or being tied up. These were all her ideas. Now, her deterrence in the territory was higher than Sullen's. At least, even if they made a mistake, Sulen wouldn't let them run naked. Chris. Don't scare them. Sulen walked over and said. Yes, master. Chris quickly put away her whip and flew to Sullen's side, pretending to be an obedient child. Work hard. Don't bully them. Sulen reached out his hand and knocked Chris's little head. Yes, master. Chris nodded. The school had been established for some time, and the first batch of students in the territory had already been learning for some time. The adult learning speed was even faster. So far, they had already learned hundreds of words and addition and subtraction below 1,000 digits. Only the basic subjects were taught here. After all the staff in the city hall had been trained, children would be admitted to the school. In fact, Sulen had planned to build a wizard school in the territory. However, after learning about the consumption of wizards, he decisively gave up on this unrealistic idea. Because of the harvest altar, the crops in the northern town had matured in advance. Crops like potatoes took a little more than 100 days to grow, but with the harvest altar, the potatoes in the territory only needed 70 days to mature. Other than potatoes, the sugar beets in the territory had also been shortened from a year to a little more than 200 days. Now that half of the harvest had passed, the sugar beets in the territory would be harvested in a while. Now that the potatoes had matured, Sulen temporarily stopped developing the land and focused on harvesting the potatoes. The importance of food in the wasteland was self-evident. If the harvesting speed in the territory slowed down, the goblins and kobolds would take the risk to come and dig. Because of the harvest altar and the farm manure, the yield of all the farms in the northern town had increased. The yield per mu had increased from 300 kilograms to 400 kilograms. In total, 2 million kilograms of potatoes were harvested from 5,000 mu of land. Such a large amount of food was enough to feed the northern town for a year. As for the wheat, oats, and other crops, they still needed a few more days to mature. After the harvest, Sulen realized that the original granary was a little too small. It could not fit all the food they harvested this time. Sulen arranged for people to expand the granary, and the other part was sent to the basement of the Lord's mansion to store. After harvesting all the potatoes, the large amount of labor in the territory was also released. They started building a moat outside the northern town. The inner town walls were also being reinforced. The original 5-meter-high and 1-meter-wide walls were being built according to the standards of the outer town. A real shipyard was being built at the port. Living off the mountain, living off the water. The northern town had mountains and water. Other than the lack of transportation, it could be said that it was blessed by the heavens. There were countless treasures in the Sierra de Lotus, but Sulen had no way to mine them at the moment. Even if he knew that there should be a lot of minerals here, the level of civilization in this era might not be enough. Currently, the focus of the territory was still on the Red Sand River and the Whitewater River. Whether it was transportation or fishing, they were all very important to the development of the city. The fishing boats that were built last year were basically scrapped. Sulen started building a shipyard after he had enough people. The wood used to build ships usually took a few years to dry in the shade, but Sulen did not have the time to waste. So, Sulen used the baking method. It sped up the drying process, and then used the wood to build ships. Fishing boats were no longer the only way to fish in the northern town. They used fishing nets to block the river, and then worked together to catch the fish. In the evening, Su Len returned to his territory after a busy day. The construction of the moat had started. The moat of the northern town was a branch of the Red Sand River, and then the water was diverted into the moat. It was a huge project, and would take a long time to complete. Phew, Angela, come and massage my shoulders. Su Len was too lazy to move after lying down on the chair. Su Len's rocking chair was carefully made by the craftsman under his guidance. It was very comfortable to lie down on. The little maid was very obedient today. She obediently walked over and massaged Su Len with her chubby little hands. In terms of massage skills in the Lord's castle, Annie was still the best. Her technique was the best. However, Angela was not bad either. Her hands were soft, and her chubby little hands were very comfortable to massage. The soft little hands pressed on his shoulders. Su Len was so comfortable that he almost cried out. After a while, he realized that something was wrong. Because he felt a pair of bulging little bare breasts on his back, and then gently rubbed against him. He could even feel the little cherry on top of them. With a soft cry, Su Len turned over and pulled the little maid into his arms. Looking at Angela's blushing little face, Su Len's heart warmed up, and he used his hand to gently hold her plump breasts. She's a little girl. He carefully measured her breasts, and then went upstairs to check her body. Chapter 193. In the North Town City, Su Len had just guided a fountain out of the ground in a market with the help of the underground spring. The clear water rushed up 5 or 6 meters into the sky and turned into countless water droplets. Under the sunlight, the water droplets reflected colorful colors. It was very beautiful. I'll leave the maintenance of this fountain to you. Don't be careless. It's used to put out fires in the market nearby. Su Len washed the mud on his hands with water, and then said to a manager of a market square next to him. Don't worry, my lord. We'll definitely protect this fountain. After hearing the function of the fountain, the market leaders became more serious. In this era, fire was very serious. It was related to their lives. These people would naturally pay more attention to it. My lord, Lord Aiden is back. A guard hurriedly ran to report. Aiden is back? Did something happen? Su Len had a bad feeling. Aiden had been monitoring the movements of the large tribes around the territory. It had only been 3 days since the last report. Did something happen? Since the last time the orcs sent a division to attack North Town City, Su Len had increased the collection of information from the surrounding tribes. However, since the orcs retreated, the other tribes had been resting and didn't find any big movements. Now that Aiden suddenly came back, the situation had obviously changed. Let's go back. Su Len turned around and rode back to the Lord's castle. Su Len rode back to the Lord's castle and went straight to the study. After waiting for a while, hurried footsteps sounded. Aiden's travel-worn figure appeared in front of Su Len. He bowed slightly and said in a deep voice, My lord, the Centaur tribe has lost. The orcs have won a decisive victory. What did you say? Crack. A crisp sound rang out. Su Len was shocked when he heard the news. He didn't control the strength in his hand and directly pressed a hole in the table. The high-quality teak furniture was directly destroyed. How is this possible? Didn't you say that everything was normal 3 days ago? How could the Centaur tribe be defeated in just 3 days? Su Len asked in disbelief. Even if it's a sneak attack, with the strength of the centaurs, they won't be able to last for 3 days. Su Len knew how strong the Centaur tribe was. Although they didn't have as many people as the Orc tribe, they still had around 8,000 people. Moreover, the Centaur tribe could be said to be all soldiers. A tribe of 8,000 people could bring out 6,000 soldiers. In addition, the centaurs were good at running and had sharp arrows. Even if the beastmen had twice the numbers of the centaurs, they wouldn't have the slightest advantage. Moreover, 2 months ago, the centaurs had just defeated the beastmen. The beastmen had suffered heavy casualties. How could the centaurs be defeated in the blink of an eye? Although he knew the consequences of the Centaur tribe's defeat, this defeat was too sudden. On the battlefield, as cavalry, even if the Centaurs lost, the beastmen wouldn't be able to catch up with them. How could this happen? In 3 days, no, it should be 2 days, the beastmen had defeated the Centaur tribe. According to this momentum, the beastmen's next target was likely to be the northern battlefront city. As the only city in this wasteland that could threaten them, Su Len didn't think that the beastmen would be friendly with them. Do you know why? Su Len quickly calmed down. The Centaurs had been defeated. It was too late to say anything now. The most important thing was to find out how the beastmen won and then take corresponding precautions. My apologies, sir. The battle happened at night. We didn't see it. The Centaurs were already defeated the next day. Aiden said awkwardly. Continue to monitor the beastmen's movements. Then send someone to contact the Centaurs and ask them what happened that night. Su Len said with his eyes closed. Yes, sir. Aiden didn't even have time to eat before he hurriedly rode out of the northern battlefront city to continue monitoring the beastmen tribe. 2 days later, more Centaurs were defeated. Su Len had a direct understanding of their losses. Many of the Centaur tribe's males had died in battle. The Centaur tribe had lost a large number of people and had no choice but to gather the scattered tribes to form a new defensive force. After being exterminated by the beastmen, the Centaur tribe gathered the remaining tribes and began to move south. Year 1687 of the Radiant Moon calendar, early April. Just as the northern battlefront city was making preparations for war, the first batch of Centaurs to move south arrived on the other side of the Whitewater River. Across the Whitewater River, about 100 kilometers away from the northern battlefront city, was the Centaur tribe's nomadic territory. After the migration, the Centaurs began to chase away the goblins and other creatures nearby. After the Leaping Horse Plains were taken over by the beastmen, the Centaur tribe had no choice but to move southwest. The northern battlefront city living on the other side of the Whitewater River also felt an external pressure. The Centaurs' westward migration had a chain effect. The balance between the two factions was broken in an instant. Firstly, the humans living in the northern battlefront city were nervous. Secondly, the other tribes living nearby were also on alert. Large numbers of goblins, kobolds, and gnolls were chased away, causing the wastelands to become even more chaotic. Even the number of monsters near the northern battlefront city had greatly increased. Su Len only sent people to monitor the Centaur tribe. He didn't show any hostility. Perhaps when the beastmen army arrived, he would need their help. In fact, the Centaur tribe wasn't easy to deal with. Su Len had relied on Owen's merchant group to make a deal with the Centaurs. Under most circumstances, the Centaurs preferred to rob. These Centaurs were proficient in bows and arrows and were famous for their speed in the northern wastelands. No matter who it was, they would rob them. The Centaur tribe's civilization wasn't very developed. Their forging skills were very limited, and the weapons and equipment they made were not as good as the humans. After the war with the beastmen, the Centaurs finally thought of trading with other tribes in exchange for military resources. However, at this time, no other tribe believed them. This directly caused them to lack all kinds of resources. In the end, Owen's merchant group took a risk and successfully made a deal with the Centaur tribe. With the resources provided by the humans, the Centaurs were in a stalemate with the beastmen. They even had the upper hand. A few years later, the beastmen merged with another tribe and their population increased greatly. Only then did they suppress the Centaur tribe. With such a powerful enemy, the Centaurs could no longer plunder other races without any scruples. They were afraid that they would attract more enemies. After the defeat of the Leaping Horse Grass, not only did the Centaur tribe's population decrease, but their resources also became scarce. Recently, they didn't even have enough food to eat. After settling down the tribe, the Centaurs once again sent a messenger to the northern town. The messenger sent by the Samar Centaur tribe was the Little Mare mission. On the other side, Aiden discovered that the beastmen army had become restless after a short period of rest. They began to train the recruited soldiers on a large scale. They let them familiarize themselves with the weapons, the commands of the army, and how to cooperate with others. At the same time, they began to prepare food. Obviously, they had begun to prepare for the upcoming war. When the centaur's envoys arrived at the northern town, many of them were injured. This made Su Len feel a little strange. Even if the centaurs had declined, ordinary tribes wouldn't dare to make a move against them. Now, these people obviously came here after a battle. As for who would intercept the centaur's envoys, there was no need to think about it. It must be the beast men. The wolf riders of the beastmen's vanguard army had already arrived near the northern town. These beastmen tribes from the northeast would directly threaten the safety of the northern town. When he saw Mission again, she looked a little haggard. It seemed that the big defeat had a big impact on her. However, she also had a more capable aura. Obviously, she had grown a lot during this time. Good day, respected Sir Su Len. After meeting, the beautiful little mare Mission gave Su Len a warm hug. Good day, Mission, I deeply regret your experience. Feeling the amazing elasticity, Su Len said with a smile. Sir Su Len, we haven't seen each other for only a few months, and your territory has changed so much. Mission looked at the high walls of the northern town and said. When we first came here, it was still a remote town. The population was less than 2,000. Now it is a city with nearly 10,000 people. I heard that you had a big battle with the Beastmen army a while ago. And you won? It was just a fluke. Su Len waved his hand and said. This time, it was an official war between the northern town and the centaur tribe. It was not just about trade. So this time, other than calculating, what else could they do? A few other leaders of the northern town also came. Among them were the high priest and General Liu Daily. Milwan was wearing a pure white robe with a beautiful leaf pattern on it. This was clearly not something that could be made with the centaur's craftsmanship. When Sullen's eyes fell on the beautiful little mare's chest, he was stunned. This lass's chest was towering. She really had a lot of assets. With a sigh, Su Len welcomed the centaur delegation into the Lord's castle. Most of the residents of the northern town had never seen a centaur before. It was the first time they saw this mythical creature. This time, the centaur delegation was much bigger than the first time. There were more than 60 strong centaur warriors. This gave Su Len a slight headache when arranging them. P.S. A book, Cultivation begins in the desert. Mortal cultivation, farming, no system, more than 2 million words. Chapter 194. Su Len asked after they sat down in the living room, Mission, I remember that you were almost as strong as the orcs. How did you lose so suddenly? Mission smiled bitterly, we were too careless. After defeating the orc army, we relaxed our vigilance. The orcs also retreated after that defeat, which made our warriors even more proud. Now that I think about it, they did that to numb us and make us reveal our flaws. Obviously, they succeeded. But even if you were careless, you wouldn't have been defeated so easily, Su Len said strangely. Indeed, even if we were careless, we wouldn't have lost so much. After all, even if we couldn't win, we could still run. It's just that the orcs were already prepared. The orc shamans used the blur spell, and the orc army used the blur spell to successfully surround our tribe under the cover of the night. Su Len nodded. He understood the orcs' plan. Blur was not a difficult spell. After using it, it could cover the user with a layer of shadow. With the cover of night, it was comparable to an invisibility spell. It was not easy to cover the entire orc army with blur. Even a legendary wizard would need to use a large amount of mana to cast it more than 10 times. Although the orc shamans were powerful, they had not reached the legendary level. Blur combined with the cover of night could barely achieve the effect of invisibility. Blur also had the effect of creating shadows that could easily make archers miss their target. After the centaurs became careless, the orcs rushed through the night and surrounded the centaur tribe. The centaurs' strength lay in their cavalry and heavy cavalry. After losing their speed and being close to the orcs, the centaurs lost all their advantages. The orc army formed an elite force. There were not many of them, only 2,000 of them. Together with the orc wolf riders, they directly broke through the centaur tribe's defense. The centaur tribe was defeated. In order to break out of the encirclement, the centaur tribe paid a huge price. Some of the warriors launched a suicide attack against the orc army. They used their flesh and blood to open a path for the women and children of the centaurs. In the end, the centaurs lost more than 3,000 elite warriors and some women and children. In the end, less than 4,000 centaurs successfully escaped. Even so, the centaurs were still being harassed by the orcs' wolf riders. The centaur tribe, which had suffered heavy losses, only stopped when they reached the North Town city. They could no longer fend off the orc army on their own. The centaurs wanted to team up with the humans of the North Town city to fight against the orc army. The war in the wilderness was very cruel. Once they lost, there would be the danger of extinction. The beast men would not give the centaurs a chance to rise again. Are you going to form an alliance with us? Sulan looked at the little mare and asked. That's right, Sir Sulan. The humans and the beast men have been enemies for generations. We also have a huge grudge against the beast men. We should work together to deal with the beast men. Moreover, after the orcs defeated our centaurs, their strength is not something that either of us can deal with alone. I don't deny that. Sulan nodded. The orcs are indeed our common enemy. We agree to form an alliance with the centaur tribe. When the centaurs heard that Sulan was willing to form an alliance, they were overjoyed. This was the best news they had heard since their defeat that night. Sir Sulan, we have another request. Mihian hesitated a bit and said. What request? We need the North Town city to give us some food, tents, medicine, and weapons. When the centaurs escaped that night, they did not bring any food. Many of them did not even have weapons. Sulan held his chin with one hand. Chris, how much food and tents can our territory provide? Master, the territory just had a harvest of food. After deducting our own needs and the food for the new population every month, we can provide 30 tons of food, Chris said. Sulan knew that this was only a small portion. She was just putting on a show for the centaurs. Immediately send 30 tons of food to the centaurs, Sulan said directly. Understood. Thank you for your generosity, Sir Sulan. You are the centaur's best friend, Mihian said gratefully. This is our support for our allies, Sulan said with a smile. Suluan said with a smile, but we are also very limited in weapons and equipment, so we can't provide you with too much. Sulan's territory was not big. The weapons and equipment he had were barely enough to support his army. He had 1,700 soldiers in his territory, and many of them were still wearing leather armor. The equipment he could provide was limited. Moreover, there was another reason. After all, they were only allies, and the centaurs weren't harmless. If they gave them too much equipment, what would they do if the centaurs turned around and attacked them? That wasn't impossible. If they stole a lot of equipment from Northern Town City and continued south, the orcs wouldn't chase after them. There weren't many rules in the wastelands. They believed in the survival of the fittest and the survival of the fittest. If Northgard City was still the same as Northgard Fortress, without a tall wall, the centaurs might not be looking for an alliance. They might just run away and steal the spoils. 30 tons of rations sounded like a lot, but because there were only potatoes and no other meat to supplement their diet, according to the centaur's appetite, a centaur would consume 2 to 3 kilograms a day. It must be known that a centaur would consume 5 to 6 kilograms of hay and 2 kilograms of fodder in a day. The centaur's appetite was even more astonishing. 30 tons of food, along with their own hunting, was enough to feed the 3,000 centaurs for half a month. If they wanted to rely on this amount of food to continue running, they wouldn't be able to last much longer. With the orcs chasing after them, the centaurs would most likely all starve to death. Sulan was vigilant against any forces. Even if they were allies, he would use the most malicious method. Murder was always happening in this world. The centaurs lacked weapons, but they had bows and arrows. What the centaurs lacked was armor. In the battle that night, they did not have time to put on armor. This caused the centaurs to lack heavy cavalry. Although heavy cavalry was slow, they could not change directions, cost a lot of money, and had many other shortcomings, they were still irreplaceable on a cold weapon battlefield. If the centaur tribe had 500 heavy cavalry, they could easily cut through the orc tribe's army on the battlefield. Su Len gave the centaurs 300 sets of armor inlaid with iron scales, as well as a batch of javelins and spears. Together with 30 tons of food, they were sent to the centaurs. At the same time, northern Battlefront City entered a state of emergency. 1,700 soldiers were all back in the army. 200 North Battlefront Castle guards were on standby. 2,000 militia members were gathered again. The blacksmith shop also started producing armor. Su Luan intended to equip all the soldiers above the level of elite spearmen with iron armor. The strength of elite spearmen was still a little lower than that of knights, but after being equipped with good iron armor and weapons, ordinary orcs were no match for them. Now, most of the long spear soldiers in North Town City had reached this level. Some of them had even reached the level of heavy armor long spear soldiers, knight level. The heavy armored pikemen were the backbone of the army, so they were equipped with the best equipment. The half-body plate armor forged by the blacksmiths in the territory was given to the heavy armored pikemen first. At the same time, the tower shields made from enkhags were all given to them. The barbarians also used half-body plate armor and were given double-edged great axes and hand axes. These people could only use them to charge or disrupt the enemy's formation. The archers were all equipped with iron scale armor and longbows. At the same time, they were also equipped with melee weapons. Only a portion of these archers used centaur longbows and elven war bows. The rest of the archers used ordinary birch bows. The birch bough's range was half as long as the elven and centaur longbows. Su Len originally wanted to replace all the archers with centaur longbows and elven battle bows, but the oak wood used for elven battle bows wasn't mature yet, so he had to replace it with birch. Although the birch bough's range was short and its power was low, it also consumed less energy. Although it wasn't much of a threat to the armored orcs, the normal orc soldiers didn't have any armor, so the birch bough was still a threat to them. Su Len issued a call for war in the North Town City. There were still many mercenaries in the North Town City, and they were all recruited into the army. The half-elves were also in the range of recruitment. Last time, Su Luan promised Grace that he would only recruit 150 half-elves to join the army, but he could continue to recruit when the territory faced a great threat. So this time, a total of 350 half-elves joined the army, and the same was true for the drows. In order to deal with the incoming orc army, Su Len had mobilized all the forces in the territory. But even so, there were only 2,500 soldiers in the North Town City other than the militia. All of the scouts had been sent out. Every 3 hours, there would be a scout reporting the latest movements of the orc army. The orc army had over 10,000 soldiers this time. Among them, there were about 500 elite orc warriors, 3,000 orc wolf riders, and 8,000 orc warriors. In addition, there were more than 5,000 servants in the orc army. After the orc army defeated the centaur tribe, a large number of gnolls, earth goblins, and bugbears joined the orc army. As for the normal goblins and kobolds, they didn't even have the right to join the army. The only ally of the North Town City was the centaur tribe. Chapter 195. On the third day after the centaurs left, they appeared at the White River. They were only about 10 kilometers away from the northern citadel. The total population of the northern citadel and the centaur tribe was only about 10,000 people. This number was about the same as the orc army, but most of them were civilians with no combat ability. Su Len also officially announced that the territory had entered a period of war. All commercial activities were stopped. The city was closed, the port was closed, and all kinds of resources were temporarily mobilized. All the merchant groups could choose to leave or stay to help the northern citadel. If they stayed, their guards and mercenaries would be conscripted into the army. Many of the merchants were so scared that their faces turned pale when they heard that the orc army was about to attack. They wanted to leave with their guards and mercenaries. For these people, they had no choice but to leave. Sulan didn't make it difficult for them. He just recorded their merchant groups. In the future, these merchant groups wouldn't receive any preferential treatment when they came to the northern citadel. Their specialties like sugar, rum, dragon tiger wine, and vodka, brewed with potatoes, would no longer be available to them. At the same time, Sulan also recorded the merchant groups that were willing to stay. The guards and mercenaries of these merchant groups would join the army. Sulan would give these people more preferential treatment. In times of crisis, those who were willing to stand with the northern citadel, no matter what their intentions were, had helped him after all. As soon as the order was given, the merchant groups immediately packed up and left. Of course, there were also some who were willing to fight and let their guards and mercenaries join the army of the northern citadel. This battle also showed Sulan who was a friend, who was a passerby, and who was trustworthy in times of crisis. A fast horse galloped from the northeast. It passed through the city gate and rushed directly to the lord's castle. The figure jumped off the horse and hurried into the castle. There were hurried footsteps in the corridor. Soon, a guard's voice sounded outside the door. "Sir, an urgent report from the scouting team." "Come in." The guard came in with a drow. "Sir, Captain Aiton sent me back to report that the orc army is moving toward us." "Captain Aiton is still there watching. Thank you for your hard work." "How far is the orc army? How many people do they have?" Sulan stood up and asked. "When I left, the orc army was still 200 kilometers away from North Town City. According to their speed, they are at most 180 kilometers away from us. They have at least 10,000 men and 5,000 servants. 1,000 wolf riders will be the vanguard," the drow said clearly. "The enemy is at the gate." Sulan nodded. The range of the strategic map only covered the area where his territory was located. Only those beastmen who entered his territory could see it. "Go and rest." Sulan waved his hand and dismissed them. Then he said to the guards, "Order the army to get ready for battle. Get ready to fight at any time. Northern Battlefront City is under military management. All resources will be distributed. The security forces are patrolling 24 hours a day to prevent anyone from taking the opportunity to cause trouble. All markets will be closed and a curfew will be imposed. No one is allowed to enter or leave without orders." The attendant beside him replied loudly, "Understood." Soon, the entire northern Battlefront City began to operate like a sophisticated machine. The battle that was about to begin could be the most difficult one northern Battlefront City had ever faced. Tens of thousands of orcs were about to arrive. Sulan did not plan to let them come so easily. If the orcs surrounded the city, northern Battlefront City would be able to hold them back. What if the centaurs retreated? Therefore, he planned to fight at Whitewater River or Red Sand River, relying on the river to defend. Attacking halfway was a well-tested tactic. Although it was simple, it was useful. As for fighting with one's back to the river, it was not something normal people could do. If it was used well, it could stimulate the morale of the soldiers and allow them to fight to the death. However, if it was not used well, it would become a dead end. It was not something normal people could do. Outside Northern Battlefront City, 2,500 soldiers of Northern Battlefront City lined up neatly. Sulan led Chris, Hathaway, Karina, Boulder, and Johnson at the front. Grace and Harrison stayed behind to guard Northern Battlefront City. Aiton led the reconnaissance team to monitor the orcs' movements. The centaurs had also finished gathering. However, after the disastrous defeat, the centaurs had gathered all they could. There were only 2,000 of them, and some of them were female centaurs. 2 teams of barbarian warriors stood on the left and right. They would be the assault force of Northern Battlefront City. They would tear down the enemy's defense when the machine was turned off. 2 teams of half-elf archers stood on the outside. They were Sullen's guards. A low horn was blown, and the flags that were flying high in the air were fluttering in the wind. Sulen mounted his horse and knocked on its belly. The big black horse took a few steps forward. Clang! Sulen unsheathed his sword and looked around. Soldiers, we've been through a lot to come to this barren land. We drove away the gnomes and kobolds, drove away the gnolls, defeated the ogres, killed the trolls, and wiped out the orcs. Only then did we truly take over this land. But today, the orcs are here again. They want to take over this land. They want to enslave and kill us. Now tell me, what are you going to do? Sulen roared. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Roars shook the sky. All the soldiers raised their weapons and roared to the sky. Their fighting spirit soared through the clouds. Their voices spread everywhere. Even the centaur army a few kilometers away by the Whitewater River was stirred up. Sulen pulled the reins, and his horse reared. The army quieted down again. Today, the orcs have more than 10,000, and we only have 2,500. They're 4 times our number, but I'm not afraid at all. If victory is decided by numbers, then who can beat the kobolds and gnomes? Quality is more important than quantity. Sulen. I led 35 barbarians to start this business, and I'm invincible. Why? Because as long as I, Sulen, am alive, I'm invincible. Sulen roared. Invincible. 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 All the soldiers in the North City roared in unison. Their voices pierced through the clouds and rocks. Let's go. Sulen pointed his sword and roared, let those green-skinned bastards know that attacking here is the biggest mistake of their lives. Neat footsteps sounded, and the army slowly moved out. 800 mounted infantry guarded the flanks, and the rest of the soldiers moved forward slowly. At the back of the army, 80 ballistas were placed on a dozen carriages. The army moved east along the Red Sand River. Suluan planned to stop the orc army at the bank of the Baishui River. After the Baishui River flowed eastward past the mine, the water flow slowed down. This was the easiest place to cross the river. According to the news sent back by the reconnaissance camp, the orc army was advancing in this direction. At this time, they were less than 50 miles away. On the other side of the river, a large number of orc wolf riders were patrolling. They were closely monitoring the movements of Sullen's army. The sun was shining brightly. Sulen had ordered the army to set up camp. The orc army was very willing to send out soldiers to test the waters. If the North City was defeated, they would cross the river. If they couldn't, they would set up camp and rest for a day before fighting the humans. After knowing that the North City's army had set up camp again, the orc army didn't change their direction. Instead, they headed straight here. It was obvious that the orcs had decided to completely defeat the North City's army here. To the orcs, this was a very good opportunity. They weren't good at sieges. If they could wipe out the human army here, then the North City would be within their reach. Therefore, after discovering the human army, they didn't avoid it. Instead, they headed straight here. In the afternoon, the construction of the camp in North Town City was completed. The cooks had already started cooking. The army was in good order. It was at this moment that a group of orcs separated from the main army. They were carrying a large number of wooden rafts towards the Whitewater River. The scouts who were monitoring the orcs' movements by the river immediately noticed the orcs' movements. They quickly sent out a warning. Sulen immediately led 2 squads of spearmen and 2 squads of archers out of the camp. The orc soldiers carried the wooden rafts and rushed towards the river. These orcs were the same as the ones Yishuan had seen before. They were tall and strong. Their faces were ferocious, and they had a pair of long canine teeth. They wore leather armor and had all kinds of weapons. Most of them had spiked maces and giant axes. Many of them were also carrying simple wooden shields. The formation of these soldiers was messy, but there was a strong aura coming from them. If Yi Shiwen was a coward, he would probably turn around and run. The soldiers behind Su Len remained silent. Their eyes were fixed on the orcs on the other side of the river. The archers on the side had already knocked their arrows. As soon as Su Len gave the order, these archers would shoot out their arrows. Charge! With a roar, the green-skinned orcs rushed to the river and threw the rafts in their hands into the water. Then, several people rushed up. The rafts had limited space. Each raft could only fit 4 or 5 people. These orcs held up their shields and quickly paddled to the other side of the river. The Whitewater River was about 80 meters wide. If they were on the ground, these orcs would be able to cross such a short distance in a single charge. Now that they were on the river, although their speed had decreased a lot, they were still paddling very quickly. Soon, the orcs reached the center of the river. Su Len gently waved his hand and cold arrows locked onto them. At the same time, the spearmen on the river had already gotten into formation and were waiting for the orcs. Fire! Su Len coldly looked at the orc army from the river. He waved his long sword and the arrows that he had prepared beforehand shot towards the orcs on the river. Chapter 196. Charge. The leading orc commander immediately gave the order to charge when he saw the large number of archers shooting from the bank. They had already expected this before the battle began, so they had no choice but to raise their shields and charge forward. The army on the other side of the river didn't seem to have a lot of people. As long as they charged forward, they were confident they could defeat the army in front of them first. Archers, 3 volleys. Beside the White River, the half-elf Captain Ron's eyes flashed with excitement when he saw the orcs charging forward. He gave the order, and all the archers quickly lined up in 3 rows. The first row quickly retreated after firing their arrows, followed by the second and third rows. The first row was ready to fire again. Compared to the human army that used archers to cover fire, they didn't care about accuracy and focused more on coverage. The Northtown City archers focused more on accuracy. With a large number of half-elf archers, the accuracy of the Northtown City archers was terrifying, especially when it came to 3 volleys like this. The elven war bows and centaur longbows had a long range and were extremely powerful. The White River was less than 100 meters wide. At such a close distance, the arrows could easily pierce through the wooden shields made by the orcs and continue to shoot through their bodies. The orcs kept falling under the rain of arrows. Many of them directly fell into the river, and the river was soon dyed red. The orcs began to fight back. Many of them picked up their bows and began to shoot at the Northtown City army. However, since they were standing on the wooden rafts, they couldn't stand steadily, so the power and accuracy of the arrows were greatly reduced. These orcs that were shooting with bows quickly became the priority targets of the archers. They were soon turned into hedgehogs by the arrows. Many orcs on the wooden rafts were falling into the water after being hit by the arrows. However, these orcs continued to charge forward under the lead of the orc commanders. The endless rain of arrows was like an invisible line of defense. The orcs fearlessly ran into the impenetrable line of death. The flood of orcs fearlessly charged into the line of defense. Blood-red waves bloomed all of a sudden. Cold arrows fell from the sky and pierced through the bodies of the charging orcs. The wooden shield had completely lost its defensive effect. Be it centaur longbows or elven war bows, they could be easily pierced through. Even if he was wearing metal armor, the arrows would still be able to enter through the gaps. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed the surface of the river red. At this moment, life was being harvested like grass. After paying a huge price, the orcs were finally 20 meters away from the shore. These orcs jumped over 5 to 6 meters into the water and continued to swim towards the shore. At this time, the river water had already reached their waists. A distance of 10 meters would only take a breath on land, but in the water, their speed was greatly limited. Many of the orcs were shot to death before they could even reach the shore. The orcs behind them began to throw their javelins. Although they weren't very stable, they were still very lethal. The longbowmen retreated one after another, and the elite spearmen, who had been waiting at the side, quickly stepped forward. The orcs that had just reached the shore angrily rushed forward. The sharp blades in their hands slashed at the spearmen's shields. A deep mark was left on the ironclad wooden shield. What surprised him was that the human soldier only took half a step back and stabilized himself. The spear in his hand instantly shot out like a poisonous snake. The orc warrior didn't have time to dodge at all. The spear instantly pierced through the leather armor and into his abdomen. There weren't so many complicated changes on the battlefield. Under normal circumstances, it was a killing move. Life and death were often decided at the moment of contact. During normal training, the spearmen only had one move to attack, and that was to stab. Over the years, they had already practiced this move to the point of perfection. The orc only felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Blood kept gushing out of the wound. But before he could react, a spear beside him instantly pierced through his throat. At this time, at the bank of the Whitewater River, the elite spearmen with shields and spears had already formed battle groups of 3. They were constantly killing the orcs that had rushed to the shore. These orcs were horrified to find that the weak and malnourished humans in their impression weren't killed like vegetables. Instead, the orcs were being defeated by their attacks. Relying on the advantage of their equipment, these human soldiers cooperated with each other and quickly reaped the lives of the orc warriors. Even if there were a few orcs who didn't care about anything and fought with their lives, they could only seriously injure their opponents. When they wanted to take another step forward, they were killed by the warriors beside them. There weren't many orc soldiers that had rushed to the shore. In just a short while, more than half of the orc soldiers had died. When the orc commander on the other side saw this situation, he didn't continue to attack. After a few angry roars, the orcs began to retreat. After seeing the orcs' movement, Su Len gently waved his hand, and the longbowmen began to shoot. Shooting was the furthest way to shoot arrows. Now, the entire river was covered by the arrows. Those orcs who didn't make it to the shore in time were shot to death by the arrows that fell from the sky. The orcs on the shore had no more reinforcements, and their retreat was cut off. Knowing that they were going to die, the orcs crazily counterattacked the human soldiers. Seeing this situation, the elite spearmen who didn't want to fight the orcs formed a shield wall. Then, they surrounded the orcs and killed them one by one. Soon, the battle by the river was over. The orcs on the river had paid a heavy price and finally retreated to the shore. Only the corpses of the orcs on the shore and the wooden rafts floating on the river were left to tell the story of the fierce battle just now. After the initial probing battle, this group of orcs had stopped underestimating the humans. Although there weren't many humans in front of them, with the help of the terrain, it wouldn't be easy for the orc army to cross the river. Let's go back. The orcs on the other side of the river looked deeply at Su Len, and then led the orcs back to the camp. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Under your command, the Northern Battlefront City Army has obtained a great victory. The battle has ended. You have received 8,360 experience points. The battle has ended. You have received a gold treasure chest. You have received 2 tungsten steel ingots. Su Len first cast physical healing on the injured and the unfortunate ones. He also collected the corpses of the unfortunate ones. He left some people to clean up the battlefield and monitor the orc army on the other side. Su Len brought the others back to the camp. Zhang Tai opened the strategic map. After leaving the territory, the vision range of the strategic map was 20 kilometers around Su Luan. The most conspicuous thing on the map was the large red light spot on the other side of the Baishui River. The Centaur army wasn't close to here. Su Len could only see a few yellow dots on the edge of the map that represented allies. According to the agreement between both sides, the Centaur army would suddenly attack the orc army during the final battle. Now, they needed to hide. With the strategic map, the battlefield could be said to be completely transparent to Su Len. Every move of the orcs was under his surveillance. Other than the orc army in front of him, Su Len also discovered that there was another orc army hidden in the forest nearby. Looking at the size, there were about 2,000 orcs. It was obvious that the orcs hadn't revealed their full strength. After keeping the system in alert mode, Su Len opened his inventory and checked his rewards. The northern battlefront city had lost 2 people in this battle. One was pierced through the heart by a javelin, and the other had his neck cut off by an orc. However, that orc's heart was pierced through as well. There were more than 10 orcs who were heavily injured. There were more than 30 orcs who were lightly injured. There were about 300 orcs who were killed. Most of them were killed by archers. The experience points weren't enough to level up. Su Len opened the treasure chest in his inventory. There was a flash of light and a system notification sounded in his ears. Congratulations to the host. You have received the talent, Iron Bones. Iron Bones, after cruel training, your resistance to attacks has increased. All attacks that deal damage to you will be reduced by 10%. Normal weapons are ineffective against you. The Iron Bones talent was quite good. It could reduce damage. With this talent, Sullen's defense had increased again. Normal attacks were ineffective against him. After moving his body, Su Len took out the tungsten steel that he had just received. This steel ingot was cold to the touch. It wasn't heavy, and its color was close to silver. There were many naturally formed patterns on it. This item was considered a high-end material in the game. Wearing it would increase one's attributes. Tungsten steel, a metal with magical power. High-level forging material. After wearing it, it can increase spirit by 3 points. The effect will disappear when the spirit exceeds 30 points. It also has a mana recovery effect, recovering 1% of energy every minute. This item was definitely good for mages. Not only could it increase spirit, but it could also recover energy. There was no weave in this world. If one wanted to cast spells, they had to rely on their own mana. It was very difficult to become a mage. Therefore, mana recovery was a very important issue. This tungsten steel could recover 1% of its energy every minute. Although it wasn't much, it could recover 90% of its energy in an hour and a half. Of the 2 tungsten steel ingots, Su Len took one for himself and prepared to give the other to Hathaway. As the only mage in the territory, it was best to give this item to her. After putting away the items, Su Len went to Hathaway's tent and handed one of the tungsten steel ingots to her. What kind of metal is this? I feel that my spirit has increased a lot, and my mana recovery has also sped up. Feeling the benefits of the tungsten steel, Hathaway asked in surprise. This is tungsten steel, a high-level metal material. This piece is for you. Su Len smiled and said, of course. You can also try to study this metal material and see if you can make magic equipment with it. I'll try my best. I've never seen this metal before. I won't touch it easily if I'm not 100% sure. Hathaway looked at the tungsten steel in her hand with shining eyes. Chapter 197. Night fell quickly. Su Len did not rest after dinner. Instead, he walked around the camp with a few guards to check on the soldiers, comfort the injured, and boost their morale. Su Len was very familiar with this kind of work. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Su Luen finally finished his patrol and returned to the tent. At this time, except for the soldiers on night watch, the others in the camp had already fallen asleep. Su Luen was not sleepy at all. The rise of every city or tribe was accompanied by the decline of other races. To truly conquer the land, one had to defeat all competitors. Cult City was the same. If Sullen's Northgard City wanted to rise, it had to go through the same process. If Northern Town City could defeat the Orc army on the battlefield, then the small and medium-sized tribes nearby would be forced to back off. Only by defeating them would the other tribes fear them. Within the Fireblade clan's Orc army, a sturdy orc was sitting in a spacious tent. In the center of the tent was a bonfire, roasting a fat pig that weighed at least 200 to 300 pounds. The rich aroma of the meat filled the tent. Did you find the centaur army? The orc used a small knife to cut open the roasted pig. The fat dripped onto the firewood and ignited a flame. We've scouted the surrounding 30 miles. There are no centaurs, another orc said. Could the centaurs have taken the chance to escape? Probably not. Gordon shook his head. Should we carry out tonight's operation? Another old orc, who seemed to be a shaman, asked. Gordon took a big bite of the roasted meat and said, the plan is the same. Even if the centaurs are hiding nearby, we'll leave some people here and wait for them to come. Great shaman, it's up to you tonight. I will tear those humans apart and avenge my children. Cough, cough. Leave it to us, the old shaman coughed twice and said in a hoarse voice. Time passed quickly. It was already 1 a.m. At this time, the wilderness was very quiet. Even the nocturnal animals would avoid this place. The orc camp looked very messy. Some of the orcs on night watch were also sleepy. The torches around the camp swayed back and forth in the night wind, reflecting all kinds of twisted and strange shadows. In this quiet night, a group of orcs walked out of the territory. These orcs didn't stop and directly walked into the forest on the other side of the camp. In the depths of the forest, 2,000 orcs silently squatted on the ground. There were no flames here, only some moonlight shining through the leaves. These orcs didn't make a single sound. The 2,000 orcs were like 2,000 statues. After a long time, the strongest orc looked at the sky and made a gesture to the orcs beside him. The orcs around him began to take out their dry rations and slowly chew. Even when eating, these beastmen didn't make too much noise. The leader of the beastmen sat down again and took the wineskin from a strong beastman warrior beside him. He took a big gulp and passed the wineskin to another beastman. In the dark forest, a group of orcs arrived. Great shaman. Is everything ready? Ready. Then let's begin. With a slight magic fluctuation, an invisible shadow shrouded these orcs. As the shadow spread, the figures of the orcs in the shadow became abnormally blurry. These shadows quickly stopped expanding, and the shaman continued to cast spells. About 10 minutes later, the 2,000 orcs were all shrouded in shadows. With the cover of the night, these orcs seemed to be invisible from afar. The orcs didn't cross the river from the spot during the day. Instead, they continued to move downstream for another kilometer. They planned to cross the river from here. Warning. Warning. A large number of enemies have begun to move. Warning. Warning. A large number of enemies have begun to move. Suluan was suddenly awakened by the alarm in his mind. He opened the strategic map and saw that the orcs hiding in the woods were moving downstream of the Whitewater River. Obviously, these orcs were planning to cross the river downstream. Seeing this, Sulen immediately got up and sent someone to inform everyone to gather immediately. It took 15 minutes for all the soldiers to gather. After seeing all the soldiers gathered, Sulen took out the sky illumination lamp and activated the ability of this item. Group Invisibility. A glass-like item quickly spread out from Sulen's hand. The glass cover quickly covered the entire army in the camp. By the time everyone was shrouded in, the camp had become empty from the outside. Everyone, march silently. At Suluan's order, the whole army of the North Town quietly moved downstream of the Baishui River like horses and hooves. More than 2,000 people were all enchanted with invisibility. The orc scouts on the opposite side didn't notice anything strange. The distance of 1 kilometer wasn't close, but it wasn't far either. Soon, the northern battlefront city army arrived at the river where the orcs were crossing. The night was hazy. Water vapor rose from the river. A fog began to spread on the river. The orcs who were enchanted with invisibility were even more difficult to distinguish. The night had completely covered their bodies. If it wasn't for the map showing them, Sulen would have overlooked them. Although the orcs' method wasn't very clever, it was good as long as it was effective. The 2,000 orcs rowed their wooden rafts across the river. Su Len didn't immediately attack. Instead, he waited for more orcs to cross the river. He already planned to use this opportunity to wipe out the entire orc army in front of him. All the spearmen were lined up at the front. These spearmen formed a huge spear formation. The archers followed closely behind the spear formation. At the front of the spear formation were the elite spearmen. These spearmen were all wearing heavy armor, holding a large shield in one hand and a spear in the other. The spears were like a forest, the shields were like a wall. The spear formation was like a wall. As long as Su Len gave the order, they would directly push forward. On both sides of the spearmen were 30 ballistae. The ballistae were diagonally facing the orc army. There was a huge killing weapon hanging on each of the ballistae. 3-meter-long spears were mounted on the ballistae. If these things were fired at such a close distance, it was very likely that a few orcs would be hanging on each spear. All the archers were ready. Su Len stared at the red dots on the map. Soon, 1/3 of the orcs had reached the shore. The rest were quickly approaching the river. Su Len's eyes were cold. He took out the sky lamp and directly used its other function. Break invisibility. An invisible energy wave swept forward in a fan shape with Su Luen as the center. The energy wave was very fast, and in just one breath, the haze on the orc army on the shore and the orc army on the river was instantly dispelled. All the orcs were instantly exposed to the orcs in front of the orcs. The orcs all looked ferocious and murderous. They were all wearing heavy armor. There were about 500 to 600 orcs in iron armor. It didn't take a genius to know that these orcs were the most elite warriors of the Fireblade clan. If these elite warriors were wiped out, it would definitely be good news for Northtown City. Longbowmen, get ready. Su Len raised his right hand. More than 700 longbowmen immediately knocked their arrows. They were only 50 meters away from the orcs, but these 50 meters formed 4 defensive lines. It wouldn't be easy for the orcs to break through. Ballistae, get ready. Fire. With Su Len's order, the prepared ballistae immediately fired. At the same time, all the longbowmen also fired. Boom! The beastmen soldiers crowding the shore were cut down like wheat, but the most shocking thing was the crossbow bolts fired by the 60 ballistae. The 3-meter-long bolts were like the scariest messengers of death. Like a stick of candied haws, the spears pierced through the first orc and continued forward, piercing through the orcs behind it. The 60 ballistae fired at the same time. The orcs at the outermost perimeter suffered a great loss. With the addition of more than 700 longbowmen, the orcs on the shore suffered heavy casualties. The range of the ballistae was 400 to 500 meters. Su Len waited until they were 200 meters away before announcing the attack. He wanted to unleash the full power of the ballistae. After the attack, everyone's invisibility effect disappeared. The spear formation advanced toward the shore in an orderly manner. The orcs were stunned by the sudden attack. But when they saw the orcs from the northern city, they immediately charged forward. Longbowmen, get ready. Fire in 3 straight sections. The endless rain of bolts kept coming. Large numbers of orcs died. At the same time, many orcs continued to charge toward the northern city's army. However, although these orcs were quite strong, they were facing a shield wall that had already been set up. Javelins and axes were thrown at them. The shields made a lot of noise. Then, some orcs with maces and axes smashed at the shields. The powerful force made the shields tremble. The spears on the side were like poisonous snakes. They quickly stabbed and retracted. Large numbers of orcs were pierced and bled. The orcs on the shore suffered heavy casualties. But soon, a large number of new orcs joined in. They were the orcs that had just crossed the river. As soon as they came ashore, they immediately met up with the other orcs. As the elites of the orc army, although they were stunned by the previous attack, they quickly adjusted. After seeing that it was difficult to break through the front, large numbers of orcs took advantage of the time when the ballistae were loading the bolts. They braved the rain of bolts and charged toward the ballistae on both sides. However, to their disappointment, Sulan specifically transferred more than half of the barbarian guards to guard the ballistae to prevent this from happening. Those orcs who managed to charge through the rain of bolts were ready to kill. But they ran into the barbarian guards who were already ready to attack. Chapter 198. In the darkness, the orcs rushed forward. The barbarian warriors who had been waiting for a long time waved their giant axes and charged forward. Raise your morale. Group petrifying skin. Group haste. Group enchanted weapon. Owl's sight. Rays of magic light rose from the North Town City's army. With the buff from the spells, the army's strength was doubled. In addition, the Owl's insight was a weakened version of weakness insight, so the North Town City's army's lethality increased once again. Their defense, speed, and strength were all strengthened. Even their weapons were strengthened. The battle was intense from the start. The orc warriors who were surrounded had no choice but to fight to the death. Roar! The leader of the orc warriors was one of the few elites in iron armor. After a roar to the sky, he rushed towards Su Luan while brandishing his heavy axe. Su Luan didn't care about him at all. After all, anyone under the legendary level was nothing more than an ant. With a sweep of the violet dragon halberd, he was sent flying. Blood poured out of his mouth, mixed with chunks of his internal organs. His body was twisted into a strange position, and before he even landed on the ground, he was already dead. Orcs could be said to be the strongest of the middle-sized humanoid races. Trolls and ogres belonged to the giant race. In this world, intelligent life still abided by the law that the bigger the body, the stronger the strength. Barbarians were already the largest humanoid race, but in front of the orcs, they were still nothing. But these seemingly weak beastmen barbarians easily overturned the beastmen warriors. On a large-scale battlefield, the clash of strength was common. The orcs were the tyrants of the wilderness. They weren't weak. They didn't lack strength or bravery. They were born with the ability to survive with violence. The most common orc warrior could easily take down 3 to 5 fully armed human soldiers with their bare hands. They could even take on the charge of a warhorse with no problem. Back then, the humans were able to defeat the orcs not only because of their strategy, but also because of the help of the elves. Unfortunately, they had bitten off more than they could chew. The soldiers of Northern Citadel weren't weak. Moreover, their strength, equipment, techniques, logistics, and willpower were superior in every aspect. Moreover, they had the support of the adepts as well. This slight advantage accumulated into an insurmountable gap. Moreover, half of the orcs were still crossing the river. The fact that they didn't collapse while crossing the river was already a testament to their bravery. The current battle had turned into a fueling tactic. Perhaps there were miraculous spells in this world that could turn the situation around, but it obviously wouldn't be these orcs. Su Luan led Boulder, Johnson, and a team of barbarian great axe berserkers to launch a charge. These barbarians went berserk and turned into killing machines. Whirlwind Slash didn't stop for even a moment. Army Spirit plus Haste plus Enchanted Weapons plus Berserk plus Whirlwind Slash plus Owl Sight, these barbarians turned into windmills. Their killing efficiency was so high that it left people speechless. Everywhere they passed, corpses were strewn everywhere. In fact, the windmill of these barbarians was only a weaker version. The real windmill could only be used by legendary warriors. It required legendary endurance, legendary berserk, whirlwind slash, aura slash, weakness detection, advanced battle reflex, and legendary strength. Then, a mage would buff him with advanced haste, advanced enchanted weapons, advanced enemy prediction, advanced fox's grace, and other support skills. Once such a person appeared on the battlefield, he could turn the entire battlefield into a meat mill. There was an ultimate version of the windmill skill. If one were to ask which class had the highest attack power among all the physical classes, the answer would undoubtedly be the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint class was very special. They gave up all their armor and pursued the highest attack power. This made them the class with the lowest defense among all the physical classes, but at the same time, it gave them an attack power that other physical classes couldn't reach. Only the Sword Saint could make the strongest attack of the physical classes. With a series of skills such as Blade Storm, Aura Slash, Weakness Detection, Cleave, Whirlwind Slash, Advanced Haste, and Enemy Prediction, the Sword Saint could burst out a powerful force in an instant. It was said that in the era of the legendary Arcane Empire, those great arcanists drove the floating city and the Sword Saint to kill the gods, but this kind of thing had not been confirmed until now. Su Len casually pulled out a javelin, leaned back, and threw it toward the orc crowd in front of him. At such a close distance, the orc warrior didn't have any time to react. The javelin, which was more powerful than the arrows shot from the ballista, instantly disappeared into the crowd of orcs. The javelin penetrated the orcs in a straight line, and blood splattered everywhere. All the orcs in the path of the javelin were penetrated by the javelin, and a big bloody hole appeared on their bodies. Screams of pain could be heard endlessly. Charge! The army of the northern battlefront city began to advance. Under the leadership of Su Len, the human army advanced steadily. The orcs also launched a counterattack, not to be outdone. Both sides were trying their best to expand their lines of defense and kill each other with all their might. The orcs surged forward like a tide, and the army of the northern battlefront city was like an indestructible reef in the sea. The tide splashed a lot of waves, and then it suddenly shattered. The orc warriors were surprised to find that the humans, who could only hide behind the solid city walls in their eyes, were actually so powerful. In this kind of close combat, the orcs were the ones who suffered heavy casualties. If that was all, then the orcs could still hold on for a while. However, the arrows that came from the back of the humans were like a storm. In a short period of time, the longbowmen had already shot out 30 arrows. In this small area of the river bank, more than 20,000 arrows had completely covered the entire area. With every step Su Len took, he left behind countless broken limbs. The scarlet blood turned the river bank into a muddy pool. Facing the soldiers of the northern battlefront city, the orcs were at a disadvantage. However, in front of Su Len, every orc was a match for him. The orcs on the river bank found it harder and harder to hold on. The orcs on the river behind them sped up, trying to support them. The night wind whistled. Blood and slaughter. A thick smell of blood spread across the battlefield along with the wind. The battle had reached its climax. Soldiers from both sides were dying every second. Neither the orcs nor the northern battlefront city soldiers showed any signs of backing down. When enemies met on a narrow path, the courageous would win. In just a few minutes, the area where the two armies were fighting was covered with corpses. Dark red blood flowed into a small stream, flowing along the river bank into the river. The Whitewater River was dyed red. The first row of elite longbowmen suffered heavy casualties. The second row of elite longbowmen took over. The northern battlefront city's longbowman formation was still in good condition. If the second row of longbowmen suffered heavy casualties, the third row of longbowmen would take over. The archers at the back began to recover their strength. Shooting 30 arrows in a short time created a rain of arrows that blotted out the sky. It also caused the archers to be temporarily exhausted. This battle could be said to be the most difficult battle the orcs had ever fought. In the past, when they fought with other tribes, those tribes didn't have much leather armor. They also didn't know how to coordinate with each other. Under the assault of the orcs, their formations could be easily torn apart in a few charges. Then, they relied on their strong physique and weapons to slaughter the tribes. Even the centaurs, who had been fighting with them for years, were defeated when they got close to them. However, this group of humans was different from all the enemies they had faced before. They had sturdy armor, shields, and sharp weapons. What made them even more uncomfortable was that every time they attacked, they would feel like they were being besieged by several humans. Under the leadership of Su Len, the barbarian guards were invincible. The orcs suffered heavy casualties. After speeding up the boat, the orcs finally reached the shore. These orcs didn't wait for the wooden raft to reach the shore. Instead, they directly came over to help. However, their arrival didn't help the orcs turn the situation around. Seeing all the orcs rushing to the shore, Su Len revealed a smile. He was worried that the battle here was too fierce and scared the orcs away. In the end, he wasn't disappointed. The orcs sped up and rushed to the shore. "Since you're all here, then stay here." Su Len smiled. He didn't let Christina and Hathaway do anything. He wanted to trap all the orcs here and then make the final decision. At the same time, he didn't want to give the orc army on the other side time to react. He wanted to kill all the orcs that crossed the river to ambush the orcs. Fireball. Chain lightning. Exploding flame. Chain fireball. Pain whip. Ice storm. Hathaway, Karina, and Chrissy were on a small hill behind Northgard City. They had prepared a long time ago and cast all the spells they were going to cast. The narrow shore was filled with all kinds of elemental powers. Frost, lightning, and fire wreaked havoc in this area. The orcs that had just rushed to the shore and hadn't made contact with the northern city soldiers yet were drowned by the elemental powers. The flames melted the steel and ignited the beastmen's bodies. Lightning danced back and forth in the crowd of beastmen. All of the beastmen's bodies were charred black by the electricity. Pieces of ice blades suddenly appeared and spun rapidly. The sharp ice blades directly cut the beastmen's bodies into countless terrifying wounds. As soon as blood flowed out, it was frozen into ice. It wasn't just physical damage. These orcs felt like their brains were being stirred with a red-hot iron. Blood flowed out of their nostrils like water pipes. Even their eyes and ears were bleeding. In just a few breaths, the hundreds of orcs that had rushed to the shore and the hundreds of orcs before them were all wiped out. Chapter 199. The battlefield was silent. The soldiers of North City were also shocked by the series of explosions. The power of the spellcasters was not just for show. It was only 2 4th-level spellcasters and a 3rd-level spellcaster, but they were able to kill 1,000 orcs in a short period of time. Su Len had only seen this kind of scene in modern battlefields in the movies from his previous life. The smell of burnt flesh filled the air, accompanied by the thick smell of blood. It was nauseating. Other than the orcs, a few barbarians who rushed too quickly were also affected. Some of them were burnt black by the lightning, while others were burned quite badly by the flames. However, these barbarians were wearing dragon leather armor and had intermediate toughness. They had high resistance, so their injuries were not too serious. After the battle, Su Len arranged for people to help the injured soldiers and clean up the battlefield. He began to treat the seriously injured soldiers. The green light of the physical healing spell kept rising, and the green life energy merged with these seriously injured soldiers. Soon, these people recovered from their serious injuries to light injuries. Just as the soldiers of North City were cleaning up the battlefield, the orcs finally gathered their troops and moved towards the river. However, they were too late. From the beginning of the battle to the end, it lasted less than half an hour. With the orcs' ability to organize their troops in such a short period of time, it could be said that they were well trained. Of course, Su Luen was very clear about the organizational ability of the army in this world. Even the elite troops of the Kingdom of Florence could not assemble in 20 minutes. He successfully used this time difference to take down the elite troops that the orcs used for the sneak attack. After the orc army saw that the battle was over, they roared angrily and left with their troops. This surprised Su Len. He did not angrily order the soldiers to continue to cross the river. Su Len was ready to earn some experience, but he did not expect the orc commander to hold back. However, since they left, Su Len was not in a hurry to fight with them. In order to end the battle in a short period of time, the soldiers of North City had expended a lot of energy. Those longbowmen had basically used up all their strength in a short period of time. Now, they had only recovered 30% to 40% of their strength. The battlefield was quickly cleaned up. Su Len left the scouts behind to continue monitoring the situation, and then led the army back to the camp to rest. In this battle, more than 50 spearmen died, and 200 to 300 were injured. After Su Len used physical healing, there was not much of a problem. There were no casualties among the archers, but a few of the barbarians were heavily injured. There were also hundreds of mercenaries and merchant guards who had lost their lives. Because these people had not undergone any training, they were not suitable to fight with the spearmen. So, they were grouped together with the barbarians. As a result, when the barbarians charged forward, these people also rushed forward. Most of them hadn't reached the knight level yet, and they didn't know how to cooperate with each other. They had no advantage against the orcs. Although they had killed a lot of orcs, they had also suffered heavy casualties. After returning to the camp, Su Len waited for all the soldiers, including the wounded ones, to settle down before returning to his tent. Summoning the system interface, Su Len began to check the rewards of this battle. You've won a huge victory. Congratulations, host. You've defeated an elite orc army. You've received 28,300 experience points. Your experience bar has been filled. Your level has been increased. You've received a gold treasure chest. You've received the item star Iron X3. Your level has been increased. Current level is LV23. You've received 2 free attribute points and 2 skill points. Congratulations, host. You've received a victory. You've received a gold treasure chest. After adding the 2 free attribute points to strength, Sullen's strength had reached a shocking 49 points. He then opened the storage space and opened the gold treasure chest. 2 consecutive flashes of light, and Su Len heard the system notification sound in his ears. Congratulations, host. You've received a bottle of Big Dipper Heavenly Liquid. Congratulations, host. You've received the innate skill, Regeneration. Su Len felt a strange energy enter his body, and his body felt relaxed. The innate skill, Regeneration, had merged with his body. Su Len took out the Big Dipper Heavenly Serum and drank it directly. The light blue liquid sparkling with starlight quickly merged with his body, and a numb feeling came from his body. After a while, a warm feeling came from his body. Congratulations, host. You've consumed the Big Dipper Heavenly Serum. Your physique has increased by 3 points. After moving his body, Su Len began to check his new innate skill. Regeneration. After going through cruel training, your bloodline has awakened a mysterious ability. Your recovery speed has increased. Your recovery speed +3. There were many people who had the innate skill, Regeneration. For example, the lizard men were born with intermediate regeneration. After their arms or tails were cut off, they would regrow them after a period of time. However, the newly regrown limbs needed to be trained before they could reach the standard of the Great Path. Of course, even if the innate skill, Regeneration, was powerful, not all injuries could be healed. At the very least, if one's head was cut off, one would still die. Sullen's innate skill, Regeneration, was limited on the battlefield. The recovery speed was too slow. Of course, it did not mean that this skill was useless. This level of regeneration could quickly heal some small wounds on the body. After the skill, Regeneration, was upgraded to an advanced level, the recovery speed would be faster. If the Regeneration skill was upgraded, he would obtain the Divine Transcendence skill. Divine Transcendence was a legendary skill, and many monks wanted to obtain it. The effect of this skill was very simple. His body would always be at its peak state. At the same time, there were other benefits. However, Su Len did not have complete information about Divine Transcendence, and he could not find any specific information. In addition to the innate skill, Su Len added 2 attribute points to Physical Healing, and the skill was upgraded to Living Healing. The healing effect of Living Healing was strengthened again. One use could restore a heavily injured person to their normal state. The healing effect of living healing was indeed very strong, and this skill could continue to be upgraded. However, if he wanted to continue upgrading, he would need to fuse some other skills. For example, the 7-star lamp would become resurrection after fusing. Of course, the conditions for this resurrection were very harsh. The corpse had to be more than 90% intact, and the time of death could not be more than 2 days. There were other requirements, but they were not too important. Su Len casually opened the system interface and looked at his attributes. Name, Sullen race, human level, LV23, 8854600000, divinity, 210, demigod, strength, 49 agility, 32 spirit, 27 plus 3, tungsten steel, vitality, 36 charm, 21 command, 81 characteristics, innate skill valiant, thunderbolt, Pegasus, legendary sturdy, legendary tenacity, calm, elemental affinity, advanced lightning affinity, iron will, body hardening, beast face armor, advanced battle reflex, roll dodge, iron bones, regeneration, mana regeneration, tungsten steel, skills, mystic ice slash, living healing, life healing, crimson flame, forbidden magic, mechanical control, stone to mud, boost morale, beginner, earth spring, army rouse ultimate skills, whirling cherry, mastery, heroic, master, torrential storm, advanced, chaotic dance, beginner, silver dragon inversed scale spear, beginner, weapon proficiency, sword weapon 170, gun weapon 255, bow 122, throwing 108, horsemanship 160, thunder domain, beginner. You have begun to control the power of lightning. When you use lightning power again, it will be even more powerful. You are immune to normal lightning damage. The cost of all lightning skills will be reduced by 30%, and the power of all lightning skills will be increased by 30%. Lightning absorption, beginner. You can absorb any form of lightning attack, as well as electricity from the outside world. The absorbed lightning can strengthen your next attack, or be converted into your energy. Note, you cannot exceed the absorption limit. Thunder domain. After consuming a large amount of energy, you can create a world of lightning within 15 meters of yourself. All people or monsters that enter this area will be damaged by lightning. In this domain, your skills and strength will be increased by 100%. War roar, divine ability, beginner. You have successfully fused with the divinity of the ancestor soul troll. When you focus your mind and channel the energy to your throat, you can release an unimaginable sound wave attack. Everyone around you will be affected by the sound wave attack. They must pass the Constitution test with a difficulty of 10 plus divinity. At the same time, everyone will be affected by the sound wave attack, 10 plus divinity. If you fail to pass the test, you will be stunned. The effect will decrease as the distance increases. After dealing with everything, Su Len yawned and prepared to rest for a while. A high-intensity battle would make people nervous. The best way was to relax. Sleeping was the best way to relax. Chapter 200. The orcs had suffered a great loss in the battle last night, but they still did not give up on the idea of defeating Northgard Castle. Early the next morning, the orcs and their servants began to chop wood to make rafts on the north bank of the Whitewater River. It was obvious that they were planning to continue crossing the river. For the next few days, the two sides faced each other across the Whitewater River. The orcs made many rafts. Finally, on this morning, the orcs began their attack. To Su Luan's surprise, these beastmen actually split up into several teams and crossed the river from different areas. There were only 2,000 beastmen in northern town city. If they split up like the beastmen army, they would all be defeated by the beastmen except for the team led by Su Luan. In other words, the orcs knew that Northgard Castle had fewer people, so they used this method to cross the river. Even after the orcs split up, each group was still outnumbered by Northgard Castle. Even if Su Len wanted to defeat one group, it would take some time. The orcs would use this time to finish crossing the river and regroup. It didn't matter which team the Northgard fort attacked. The orcs had crossed the river in the end. Although Su Len was not happy, he did not attack the orcs again. Instead, he began to get into formation and prepare for the final battle. He planned to have a final battle and defeat the orcs with his true strength. When he saw the orcs crossing the river, Su Len called 2 scouts and told them to contact the centaurs. It was time to decide the outcome of this battle. Because they had enough rafts, the orcs only needed less than half an hour to cross the Whitewater River. The other scouts also sent the news. Su Len threw away the ice scale fruit that only had the core left. He then asked Aiden, "What's the situation? Where are the centaurs?" "They have already moved to the back of the orcs from the flank. They will reach their destination in an hour." Su Len nodded. "Is there any movement from the orcs?" Aiden said with a serious expression, "Not much movement. They are gathering." "Oh right, they didn't bring any supplies. They only brought some dry rations." "Didn't bring any supplies? He only brought dry rations?" It seemed like these beast men wanted to devour Northern Battlefront City in one go. Sullen's lips curled into a mocking smile. He then turned around and ordered, "Inform everyone to prepare for battle." The wind howled. The flag fluttered in the wind. The muffled sound of the horn echoed across the land. Amidst the low and deep sound of the horn, a huge army slowly approached. The army was a black mass that stretched as far as the eye could see. There were more than 10,000 people in the army, and there were at least 15,000 people in the army of orcs and servants. In the middle of the army, a flag was raised high and fluttering in the wind. The flag looked very simple, with some beastman characters drawn on it. There were also a few strange-looking skeletons on the flagpole. Those were probably the heads of the other tribe leaders that the beastmen had defeated. The beastmen in front of them could be said to be at their strongest. After defeating their nemesis, the centaurs, the beastmen tribe was invincible in the wilderness. However, Northern Battlefront City occupied the best place in the wilderness. Of course, the beastmen didn't want to accept such a situation. Of course, they didn't know that the Northern Battlefront City's environment had become better because of the harvest altar. However, Su Len didn't think they would care even if they knew. In the northern wilderness, this was the only place that wasn't covered in snow during winter. The beastmen had lived in the wilderness for hundreds of years, and so did the Burning Blade clan. They knew what this meant. This piece of land could prevent them from dying in the winter. They didn't have to worry about the old and weak in the tribe surviving the winter. It also meant a lot of food. Therefore, once they knew that Northern Battlefront City was in Sullen's hands, the conflict between them couldn't be resolved. One side had to be defeated completely. The two armies were about 2 miles apart. Neither side spoke. The entire battlefield suddenly became silent. A strong murderous aura was brewing on the battlefield. Roar! Warriors of the Burning Blade clan! We have defeated the trolls, the ogres, and the centaurs. I am proud of you. Now, we will defeat these humans in front of us. They have occupied the best land in the wilderness. As long as we occupy it, we will never starve again. The old and weak in the tribe will never freeze to death in the winter. This land was given to us by the great father god Gawushan. Now, we will take it back. Take it back. Kill all the humans. Dong dong dong. The war drums made of Kodo beast skin sounded loudly. The beastmen army and their servants began to slowly advance. Su Len chose a plain as the battlefield. On the left was the Whitewater River, and on the right was a swamp with lush water plants. The swamp was filled with reeds that were as tall as a man. It could easily hide thousands of people. However, Su Len didn't leave anything behind. Although the reeds were easy to hide, the people hiding inside would be burned alive if they were set on fire. The width of the battlefield limited the number of beastmen that could participate in the battle. A tall beastman in iron armor appeared on a high platform. Behind him was the flag of the beastmen army. Beside him were a few old beastman shamans. Ancient beastman language came from their mouths. Their voice was low but penetrating. The entire battlefield could hear them clearly. Battle song, frenzy. A strange energy swept across the battlefield. The beastmen's eyes turned red, and their breathing became heavier. As the beastman army approached, Su Luan could clearly see the first row of beastman warriors. They were wearing simple leather armor, and some of them didn't even have leather armor. They only wore a breastplate to cover their vital parts. The weapons in their hands were also a variety of weapons. There were crude maces, spiked hammers, rusty axes, and spears. It was clear that these beastmen weren't elites. There were also a large number of gnolls, bugbears, and earth goblins among them. It was clear that this army was the beastmen army's cannon fodder. They wanted to use the cannon fodder to deplete the strength and morale of the beastmen army. On the strategic map, Su Len could clearly see that behind these beastmen was the true main force of the beastmen army. At the same time, a large number of yellow dots were quickly circling around the edge of the map. Those dots were the centaurs. Over 60 ballistae were already loaded. When the beastmen cannon fodder were 500 meters away, they fired. Bang! 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 The sound of bowstrings rang out unceasingly. 62 to 3 meter long crossbow bolts were shot out in an instant. The crossbow bolts carried great destructive power as they rushed towards the orc army. Everywhere they passed, blood mist rose. Every crossbow bolt pierced through at least 5 orcs' bodies. The barbarians didn't look at the results. With the help of a few auxiliary soldiers, they quickly reloaded the ballistae and fired again. The ballistae originally needed at least 4 adults to draw the bowstrings. Now, only one barbarian could do it. The 60 ballistae fired continuously. A large number of beastmen, bugbears, and gnolls were pierced through like candied haws. They died painfully. However, death didn't scare these people. Instead, it made them even angrier. The ground was shaking. Despite the heavy casualties, the beastmen army was still pushing forward. Their intimidating aura was stifling even from a few hundred meters away. Su Len waved his hand. Hathaway and Karina stepped forward and started casting spells. Group Haste. Group Petrifying Skin. Group Enchanted Weapon. Beams of spells buffed the warriors of the northern citadel, making them even stronger. Su Len raised his purple dragon halberd. His figure looked extremely tall under the sunlight. As the lord of the northern citadel, he had led the army to victory again and again. In the hearts of the soldiers, he was the god of war. Victory! Su Len roared. The entire army of the northern citadel was like an awakened lion. Victory! 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 The warriors of the northern citadel raised their spears and shields and roared in unison. The dull horn sounded, and a wave of high morale spread from their bodies. Su Len could raise the morale of his troops without doing anything after winning so many glorious victories. This time, he even used a morale boost. Although it was only a basic morale boost, it was even more effective than an advanced morale boost. The Beastmen army finally reached 200 meters away from the northern citadel. With a furious roar, a large number of beastmen charged at the northern citadel's defense line. Raise your shields. Raise your spears. Longbowmen. Fire at once. A wall of shields as tall as a man was instantly erected, followed by long spears glowing with a cold light. The northern citadel army instantly turned into a giant porcupine. The archers behind the spears drew their bows and knocked their arrows. A black shadow formed by countless arrows soared into the air and landed on the beastmen army. A large number of beastmen were hit by the arrows. 200 meters wasn't a long distance. It only took a dozen seconds for the beastmen army to reach the northern citadel army, braving the arrows and the ballistas. They crashed into the wall of shields in front of them. The wall of shields shook a little, but it quickly stabilized its formation. The battle became extremely intense as soon as it started. Su Len took out the Wind Dragon flag from his storage dimension. In order to win this war, Su Len had taken out this magic item as well. Su Len sneered when he saw more and more beastmen approaching. He then injected his energy into the Wind Dragon flag. Wind Dragon Sky Spin. Violent wind elements appeared in the sky above the battlefield. A few 100-meter-tall tornadoes quickly appeared on the battlefield. A large number of wind blades spun in the tornadoes. All the beastmen, gnolls, and other monsters that got close to the tornadoes were instantly shredded by the wind blades. 8 tornadoes appeared where the beastmen army was the most concentrated. They swept away all the beastmen like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Chapter 201. The tornadoes continued to wreak havoc. Every second, an orc would be sucked into them and sliced to pieces by the wind blades. The formation of the orc army was shaken. None of the orcs could resist the 8 tornadoes. Some of the nearby orcs were even lifted up to 100 meters into the air before being thrown back down. Even if the orcs had strong bodies, they were still smashed into a pile of minced meat at such a high altitude. The orc chieftain's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw the tornadoes wreaking havoc among the orc army. However, there was nothing he could do. Even though the shamans were quite strong, they had no way to defend against such large-scale spells. A strong gust of wind blew across the army of beastmen. The army of beastmen that had been charging forward ferociously suddenly fell into chaos. The gnolls, earth goblins, and earth goblins among the army of beastmen had completely lost their minds. Even the beastmen were panicking helplessly when they saw the rain of arrows from the longbowmen of North Town City. The pressure on the spear formation was greatly reduced. Under Sullen's command, the orcs pushed forward with their shields. They would thrust forward with every step they took. Every step they took would leave a large number of orcs injured or killed. The orc army's formation was in complete disarray under the effect of the tornado dragon. The orc army had no choice but to back off. The orc chieftain's formation was densely packed. The warriors were using the range of their spears to suppress the orcs. The tall tower shields kept the orcs' attacks at bay. The orcs were used to fighting in a disorganized formation. However, their individual strength was completely useless against the orc chieftain's formation. Their disorganized formation meant they would have to face 2 or more spears at the same time. The orcs had no advantage against the orcs in a battle like this. Even though they had the advantage of their physique, the production level of this era was not high enough for them to equip themselves with high-quality armor. This meant that when they were only wearing leather armor, the advantage of their physique would be greatly suppressed when facing the sharp spears of the Northgard city's infantry. The fact that the orc army did not fall apart while facing the tornado was already impressive. Su Len did not get carried away and asked the soldiers of the northern fortress city to launch a counterattack. Once they launched a counterattack, the infantry formation would scatter. It would be fine if the orc army fell apart and ran away, but if the orc army regrouped and launched a counterattack, the soldiers of the northern fortress city would lose their advantage. Although the orc army's vanguard had collapsed, the orc chieftain was still there. Although the middle of the orc army was hit by the tornado, they still managed to maintain their formation. The soldiers of Northern Town City drove the orc vanguard forward, wanting them to charge into the enemy formation. The wind dragon's heavenly spiral wreaked havoc. The gnolls, earth spirit bears, and goblins that served as auxiliary troops had completely collapsed. The remaining orcs also lost the courage to resist and scattered in all directions. For a moment, the entire battlefield was filled with scattered orc soldiers. Faced with this situation, the orc chieftain made a prompt decision. He ordered the orc soldiers to kill the scattered orcs that were charging into the formation. After the wind dragon's heavenly spiral wreaked havoc for a while, it finally ran out of energy and slowly dissipated. The orc chieftain let out a sigh of relief when he saw this. If the wind dragon's heavenly spiral continued to wreak havoc, there would be no point in fighting this battle. Although the wind dragon's heavenly spiral did not last for long, only around 10 minutes, the spell had killed at least a few thousand orcs. The number of orcs that were injured was uncountable. The northern fortress city's army kept pushing forward. Large numbers of scattered orcs were being driven away by the northern fortress city's army. The longbowmen had stopped shooting. They were recovering their strength. The shaman sorcerer's face turned serious when he saw the orc army crumbling on the battlefield. He quickly cast another spell. The awkward voice sounded again. A wild energy began to spread. The scattered orc army was shrouded by the energy. Their muscles began to swell, and their fangs protruded from their mouths. Their eyes were bloodshot. Mass bloodlust frenzy. Bloodlust frenzy was a deadly spell on the battlefield. It would unleash the potential of the target and awaken the bestial nature hidden deep in their consciousness. It was the same as a berserker's berserk. The battlefield was huge. The orc shaman sorcerer had to cast mass bloodlust frenzy together to barely cover the entire orc army. Under the effect of bloodthirsty berserk, the orcs who had already lost their courage stopped running away. Berserk reduced their rationality to the lowest level. Their bestial instincts took over their consciousness. A powerful force emerged from their bodies, making their hearts swell even more. Their sense of pain was reduced to the lowest level. Roar. An angry roar ignited the murderous intent in the orcs' hearts. Including the gnolls, goblins, and bugbears, all the orcs had forgotten their fear. They roared and charged at the northern fortress city's infantry again. Stop. Shields. Defensive formation. Sullen's face changed when he sensed the berserk aura. He immediately ordered the infantry to stop. The well-trained infantry immediately stopped moving forward. Tall tower shields slammed into the ground. Sharp spears were raised. Against the orcs' counterattack, the northern fortress city's infantry immediately completed their defense. Archers. 30 meters in front, fire at once. The archers following closely behind the spear formation immediately began to fire in unison. A rain of arrows rose from the infantry formation and fell towards the orcs. The berserk beastmen didn't even try to dodge the arrows. They braved the rain of arrows and charged towards the infantry formation. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. These beastmen had become fearless. These monsters that had no sense of reason and no sense of pain madly charged towards the infantry formation. For a moment, the pressure on the front line of the infantry formation increased greatly. Bursting fireball. Painful lash. Summon demon. Chain lightning. Seeing this, Chris Hathaway ordered Karina to cast spells at the orc army. Huge flames rose from the orc army and burned the surrounding orcs into charcoal. A blood-red dimensional door opened. A tall Vrock rushed out, followed by 4 flaming demons. As soon as they appeared in the orc army, the demons began to kill in excitement. The berserk orcs did not show any weakness. They roared and charged forward. Elemental energy surged. In an instant, a large number of orcs were killed by magic. However, even more orcs charged forward fearlessly. The Vrock started a massacre in the orc army. However, in just a few minutes, it was overwhelmed by the orc army. The 4 flaming demons had already self-detonated. However, although a few demons died, they also helped Northern Fortress City hold back a large number of orcs. The Northern Fortress City's army also stubbornly held on with the help of the spellcasters. Although they suffered heavy casualties, the Northern Fortress City's soldiers still formed an iron wall. The orcs' Mount Wolf Riders also joined the battle. These Mount Wolf Riders had more powerful charging power, and they didn't care about casualties at all as they charged to their deaths. Seeing this situation, Sulen picked up the Wind Dragon flag again. The Wind Dragon spiral was still on cooldown, so Sulen directly summoned a tornado. 2 tornadoes appeared on the battlefield once again. The fierce wind swept up a cloud of dust and covered the sky. This time, Sulen didn't control the tornadoes to cause great damage. Instead, he raised a cloud of dust. In an instant, the world was covered in dust and sand. The orc army was instantly shrouded in dust. Many orcs were suddenly blown into their eyes by the wind and involuntarily closed their eyes. The momentum of their charge was instantly interrupted. Many orcs were blinded by the wind and sand, unable to distinguish their direction. The thick smell of blood spread with the wind and sand. The nauseating smell was swept up. Piles of corpses covered the battlefield. In an instant, this place looked like hell on earth. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the northern fortress city's defensive army suddenly activated. The second row of soldiers immediately rushed forward and stabbed the orc soldiers blinded by the wind to death with their sharp spears. These orc soldiers couldn't resist at all. With a single charge, the orc army's counterattack was instantly interrupted. The formation was stabilized once again. The two tornadoes had a limited range after all. More orcs rushed forward with bloodshot eyes. Even though they suffered heavy casualties, the orcs didn't retreat. There had to be a winner in this war. Either victory or death. In the eyes of the orc commander, Northern Fortress City would be able to catch a breather after this war. If they couldn't take Northern Fortress City after such heavy casualties, their Fireblade tribe might not have another chance next time. After all, the humans had only been in this wasteland for a year. It only took a year for Northern Battlefront City to develop to such an extent. If the beastmen still looked down on the humans before the war, they were now terrified of them. In such a short period of time, they were able to hold off the orc army with less than a fifth of their orcs' numbers, causing such a large number of casualties. If the orcs attacked again, they might not be able to withstand such a large number of casualties. With Northern Fortress City's development speed, if they couldn't defeat Northern Fortress City in one go, everything would be meaningless. The next time the orcs attacked, the Northern Fortress City would take the initiative to attack the orc tribe. Sulan looked at the strategic map. The centaur army had finally circled behind the orcs. The centaurs had gathered all their youths and began to charge from behind the orc army. The centaurs, who had suffered heavy casualties, began to take revenge on their enemies. The heavy hoofbeats were like muffled thunder. The centaurs quickly crossed the distance of 10 kilometers. There were 3,000 centaurs, and many of them were females. The centaurs didn't give the orcs any chance to retaliate. The orcs who had fallen into a bloodthirsty frenzy had lost all rationality. Even the orc commander couldn't command them to turn around and attack the centaurs. A group of centaur warriors wielding spears, two-handed axes, and longbows rushed over like a flood. Their attack was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, destroying the beastmen's resistance like crushing dry weeds. You're tuning in to the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.